ciao.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Tales from the Archives Reverie. You are looking great, by the way. Did you do something new with your hair? I did. Anyway, let's get started the way that we always do with introductions. Hi, hello, how are you? My name is James. I'm your game master for this little silly show in which we have insane revelations about Herbie the movie 5 minutes before I have to do the announcements.
Crazy.
Yeah, who would do that? Who's to say? I use she, they pronouns. You can find me some places on the internet at TTRPGay, other places at Nice One James. Figure it out. It's like a fun scavenger hunt for you. You're welcome. I love you. And, that's all the interesting things I have to say, but I'm really happy to be here, and I made the best NPCs I've ever made for this game, so you picked the right one to be here for. And I'm going to pass it on over to Mara.
Hey everyone, my name is Mara. I use they, them pronouns. You can find me on the internet at Lore Dropout or College of Lore Dropout. What is a fun fact about me, the human guy? I'm trying out gold jewelry for the first time. Usually I'm a silver person, but I said let's give it a go. It feels right for Elise. I love you.
Oh my god, I love you too. Thank you so much. That's so nice of you to say to me specifically. You know who else I love? Grace.
I love you guys so much. Hi, my name's Grace. I use she, her, and I learned a lot in the last 5 minutes, trying to process it all still. Anyways, you can find me sitting here on the couch, on your TV, on your computer, playing a little guy with my friends and drinking. This is not sponsored, but Trader Joe's should sponsor the channel. Drinking
That's the dream.
The cider they have. Yeah.
Amazing.
Non-alcoholic.
Thank you for living in my computer. It's an honor to have you in there.
You
know who else I love having? I'm really fucking nailing the segues today. You know who else I love having in my computer? Reed.
Hi, I'm Reed. I am Reed.
A worm?
I play Oliver, and also is the stream frozen? Because I can't tell. And
No.
Okay, it's frozen.
I don't have it up. I just have the original movie up.
Me, which is fun and fresh and funky. I am your stream producer today. So if anything goes wrong, be really, really nice about it in the chat, because I am fragile and I will cry. You can find me with my hands covered in burns because I'm bad at taking things out of the oven. The newest one is right here. I don't know if you can tell. My skin's a little red when I was taking my toast out of the oven.
I have one right there from taking pizza out of the oven last night.
Yeah, taking things out of the oven, very difficult. And I don't have oven mitts. You can also...
Do y'all not have gloves?
I just don't know.
Why are you taking things out with your hands? It's hot in there.
Why would you use gloves?
I don't have
It's hot in there.
So I just can't cook things?
Use like a sock or something.
Anyway.
You got it. If the aluminum is there, just,
Yeah, just sheer willpower. I'm gonna become fire resistant eventually. That's how that works. You can also find me on the internet. Really grateful that I'm not testing positive for COVID anymore. On Twitter and other platforms at Snail5e. And that's me. I'm gonna take some Advil.
Enjoy. We're not sponsored. But
Not sponsored.
I'm gonna pass it on over. I don't have a clever segue for this one. Sweet, I love you. How you doing? Tell me about yourself.
Hi, I love you too. I'm Sweet. You can find me at Hello. You can find me at _ Sweet Stories most places, and then you gotta spice it up for other places. You can also find me staring at my dice all session because they're so pretty. You can't see. I have to do this like a beauty guru. They're so pretty. They're green and they have little purple, which they look very similar to the new collection that Die Hard Dice has just released. Use code Starlight10 if you want to get something that's very similar to Camille Dice. But these ones are really special because they have glitter in them. And yeah, anyways, very happy to be here.
I'm so happy you're here. And I'm also happy, last but not least, Jess is here. Hi, Jess.
Hello, I'm Jess. I use she, their pronouns, and I am seriously on the internet. Haha. Anyway. It's not often that I feel there's a generational divide between me and some of my friends, unless I'm unfortunately breaking the news that both Freaky Friday and Herbie, the movie, were remakes, both featuring Lindsay Lohan.
Had no clue.
Yeah. feeling my age state. Anyway, enjoy Reverie. Bye.
I will. Thank you so much. Speaking of our good friends at Die Hard Dice, let's transition if we can. We can. I don't know why I said if we can. I'm in charge. No one could stop me except Reed, who's the stream producer. Into some announcements. As we mentioned, we are a Dice affiliate for our very good friends over at Die Hard Dice. I swear to God, I could say their name. And they just released the neatest, prettiest Feywild collection, and it is ruining my life personally, but also in the best way because they're so pretty. So if you watch this game and you're like, man, I wish I had dice of there, I have great news for you. You can use code Starlight10 at checkout for 10% off your order, and then we get a nice little penny in our pocket, and then I can, not that I use company funds to buy dice, but then I can take the penny out and I can buy it. So really, you're funding my dice addiction. Please go buy dice. Thank you. That was, yep. They're pretty. Anyway, also, if you want a set that's my DM set, these are from Die Hard Dice, and I use them to DM specifically for Reverie, and they all roll very well. So, slay. We're going to move on from there. Programming. We have Girl Lane on Sunday. Things are normal, and I'm excited to be there, and it's a good time. We don't have Divinians next week on account of Reed will be in my house, but they'll be back in 2 weeks from next week, so 3 weeks from today, but we'll be back in 2 weeks, don't worry, and I will miss you. It's going to be okay. We'll be back. I promise. Also very exciting. This month in an act of Starlight solidarity, we're raising money to support the truly lovely people over at the Starlight Children's Foundation. They work very hard to help make the lives of seriously ill children a little bit brighter. They provide medical gowns with more comfort and personality, VR experiences to make for gaming, for some much-deserved escapism. They provide toys and other similar comforts to children and their families. And while we're always grateful for the support you give us just by being here or by giving us a pretty penny, this month, please consider sending the Starlight Children's Foundation all of your love as well. We'll be raising money for them the entire month of September alongside some other really amazing streamers. And if you are able to and inclined to donate to them, we have a Tiltify going. But you can also visit them at starlight.org/donate for more information about the work they do and a direct link to donate there if you don't want to go through us, which I'll be a little sad, but it's okay. I understand. Truly amazing organization. Please show them the love that you show us because we love them and they're great. And Starlight's gotta stick together. Also, speaking of our Starlight, be sure to follow us on Twitter at StarlightTales_, on TikTok, on Instagram. Sweet's doing really good work over on the Instagram lately. It's a very fun time over there. If you're looking for VODs of our shows, you can find them on YouTube at Starlight Tales. If you're watching this on YouTube from the future, hi, you look great today. Thanks for being here. We also have a Patreon. Patrons get little fun sneak peeks, I believe, very recently, of perhaps a fun Reverie-themed quiz, perhaps. That is very fun, and I enjoyed helping Diana make. Also, as always, get exclusive access or early access to things like campaign character art, time-lapse of those art. That wasn't a sentence, but sure. Special playlists, Patreon-only live streams, original fiction set in the world of Starlight Tales following Everglen's own fallen princess Rose if she became a pirate instead. It's a really good time over there. If you can join us, we'd love to have you. If you can't right now, that's okay. I still love you, and I'm pressing a very gentle kiss to your forehead. Thank you for being here. For Tales from the Archives Reverie, Michael Gelfi Studios does our music. Very nice people over there. You can find them on Spotify and Bandcamp, and they have their own website, and the music is very good, and I'm a big fan of it. We have merch. It's comfortable. It's coming up cold season. You know what that means. You can buy the sweater that we all want to live in because it's really soft, and if you do, I support you. Welcome to the club. I'm very excited to be able to wear it without sweating to death. We also have a Discord. It's very fun in there. If you're watching this game today and you're like, man, I wish I could say something to James personally. Man, I wish I could tell the cast what a great job they did today. You can. We have a Discord, and it's fun in there, and you should join. It's a good time. Also, last little announcement, I think, unless I'm forgetting something. If you're looking at the art on the layer and you're like, man, I wish I had that, but it was my little guy that lives in my brain. I have great news for you. The one and only Jess, and also their wife Titi, who's not on stream, but we love them very much. Their commissions are open. And they make really good art, and they're very nice people. So if you want art, you should get it from them, because, like, it's good. And it's really good. You should do that. And I think that's all I have for announcements. Did I miss anything? Hell, I love when I nail it. All right, then without further ado, everyone, go ahead and fluff your pillows, get a nice blanket, settle into rest for tonight's episode of Tales from the Archives Reverie. welcome back. Let's talk Grace, I thought you were raising your hand for a second. I was like, yeah. Let's talk a little bit about the last time we saw our party. I just lost my place. There we go. Last time we saw our party of dreamers. Wink, not yet, but hopefully very soon. The bulk of them were heading back home after an eventful evening of break-ins, dragons, and more than one court's fair share of gossip. And with a bit more of that gossip between new friends and old singular, all retired for the rest of the uneventful evening. But one. Elise, royal archivist to the Oaks and to Everglen itself, found herself wandering into a dream following a strange voice. More willing than most to step into the land of dreams, Elise spoke to the voice for some time, during which we learned that the dreamer has been pulling strength from their connection to Elise, and believes that she is the reason they can reach out to people again. The dreamer assured Elise that they were not intentionally stealing people away, as many Fae believe, and informed her that the boundary which keeps all those whisked away in the night from returning home is not of their own making. In the end, Elise told the dreamer that she would join the investigation the bulk of our party has undertaken into several fairly recent disappearances. When their conversation was done, the dreamer allowed Elise to slip off into an altogether much more pleasant dream, with soft sands, crashing waves, and a not-quite-forgotten face. In the light of a new day, spells were cast to locate stolen coats, messages regarding uncomfortable dinner plans were sent, enchanted keys were used to unlock hidden information, warlocks seeking more spell slots were sent on fetch quests, secret meetings were spied on by excitable enchanted earrings, and reunions were had. But Oliver and Lark convened just outside of their king's study in preparation for the meeting ahead. Inside, they found a very apologetic Viscount of Defense, but more importantly, spoke with Ambrose of several events from the previous day. Addressing Lillian's interrupted claims of rumored dreams, as well as the strangely charming pirate sat comfortably in the dungeons of the Monarch estate, Ambrose granted Oliver and Lark permission to investigate the disappearance of Wisteria on the condition that they remain conscious of the fact that only so many resources were worth throwing at a lost cause. But when Lark was dismissed from the meeting, Oliver was asked to stay behind. After ensuring that their conversation would remain only between the two of them, Ambrose revealed that earlier that morning, a thief broke into the estate and stole a magic artifact of legendary power. And while Oliver has spent many years overseeing the signing and upholding of plenty of Fae contracts, tables were turned as Oliver themselves swore to do everything in his power to see the artifact Threadweaver returned unused and in one piece to the royal treasury. And with everyone following their own individual threads and motives, our party found themselves unintentionally convening in the same hallway, realizing that for some reason each of their pursuits for the day were leading in the same direction. The dungeon cells deep below, in which a very specific pirate king currently resides. And we're going to pick up there. I believe our party had literally just bumped into each other in the hallway on the way. What are you doing?
I'm following Lark's lead, probably. But
sure, y'all just heading down? Yeah. Did we talk about the fact that the rest of the group is also going down?
Yeah, we did. We had a whole moment.
Fine. All right, so you guys are heading straight down. Anyone want to do anything on the way? You got it's like a 5-minute walk. That is okay. Yes.
I think as they're walking down, Luck will suddenly probably stop at the front of the group so someone bumps into him and be like, "Oh, Camille, I have
yes.
I have news for you. The Monarch Ball.
Oh.
Alia decided on our theme."
Oh, really? Oh, perfect. Tell me, what is it?
Well, in a very apt move, it's going to be kind of wing themed. God, she phrased it much better. She had a nicer way of saying it. What did she say? But basically, winged animal, not insects. Although maybe insects. More butterflies. Butterflies are insects. And maybe birds.
Okay, butterflies. Gosh,
I feel like I fumbled that announcement.
No. I'm very excited. You can't see it, but inside I am bubbling. I'm trying to contain it.
Okay, great.
I know it can be a bit much.
No,
but
that's
I'm
fine.
Very excited.
It's the perfect amount, darling. It's the perfect amount.
Thank you. So, Lark, butterflies or wings? What are you feeling?
For what?
For your outfit.
Of course.
For yourself, yes.
What do you think? I have no real preference.
Is this you giving me creative control?
Would that please you?
Of course. It would.
Then full control is yours.
She's like, I feel like, because they were holding hands with Oliver as they're walking down, right? Oliver, you can feel like Camille's hands on the side of your arm just gripping, you know? And she's like, okay, well, Your Highness, I promise I will not disappoint.
Never.
If it is all right with you, if I am getting full creative control, I would like to make sure that you feel good in it. If you want to stop by ever so often, instead of having Oliver come in for your fittings, maybe you yourself come in?
You want me to stop by?
Yes, I think it would be best. Just because, you know, it's nice to make a creation, but what's best is if you feel good in it, right? So if I have full creative control, I want to make sure it is still in your vision, you know?
Right, of course.
We work together on this, is what I'm saying.
Right, like a team.
A team that I am leading, yes.
That's fine by me.
It's good. Oh, perfect. Oh! This is going to be so good. I'm so excited. Thank you, Your Highness.
You're very welcome.
That's another thing I've actually been wondering. Everybody here, they all call you Lark, and we never actually discussed that between the two of us. If what do you prefer? If I stick to Your Highness at all times, or
no, Lark is fine.
Okay, perfect. Camille is fine too. You know.
Great.
Perfect.
I like give Camille's arm like a little like excited squeeze.
She's so pink in the face.
I think she realizes then that her grip is a little tight, but she like releases it and gives like a little pat.
As we're walking, I would love if I could just cast Bless on Luca, just because I don't know what we're getting into, and I gotta protect like my guy, you know.
So true. If you'd like to wait until you're a little bit closer to the cells, that might be a little bit of a better idea.
Yes, like right before we get there would be great. Just so.
Absolutely.
In case anything goes wrong.
Hell yeah. If rolls come up, just if you remember, shout it out, because my brain is empty today. But that's okay. Hell yeah. Anything else anyone would like to do in preparation for this little walk? Okay. Yeah, all of you can follow Lark's lead very easily. I imagine the destination you're going is somewhere that probably, at least maybe you've been before. Other than that, I imagine the rest of you, unless something is there that I cannot think of at the moment, or you have a secret piece of lore you haven't told me, I don't think any of you would really have had opportunity or desire to visit the dungeons before. So this walk is kind of like a fun little new experience in a building that you otherwise all know very well. All of you can continue walking through these hallways, and the hallways go from these like lavishly decorated like common areas for everyone in the estate to sort of the more like simple but fine areas for business, and even past that as decorations become clearly far older, not in the like not kept up sense, but just in the, you know, this is a very old kingdom, and why touch up certain parts of the castle that nobody really goes to? So tapestries get older, depicting events that you don't really recognize anymore. And finally you come to this door where there's this long staircase that sort of winds down as far as you can see. The farther you go, the whole wall is lit with crackling braziers. I don't know how to say that. The thing that the torch is doing. It's lit by the braziers. It's fine. So all of you, you know, both could be fun. You never know. No, it's the torch one. So all of you are walking down, and the further you get, even though at the very top of this there are windows letting in the morning sun, the farther down you go, the more it fades from bright sunlight to just the crackling light between each torch, until finally, after a fairly long walk and a pretty decent amount of stairs, you make it to the very bottom. This is probably the farthest under the estate any of you have been. There's a couple things underneath the estate, some of which some of you might have had occasion to go to, like the royal treasury is underneath the estate. But this is definitely the farthest thing under the estate. And as you sort of reach the archway that leads into the dungeon proper, you can see that the decor and the theming changes just a little bit. It's still fine in here. It's still very well upkept. But the walls go from like beautifully painted wallpaper into coarse stone. And any doorway, door, any kind of thing set into the wall you see has been carved in this dark wood to look like tree roots. After all, you are at the base of the Royal Oaks. And whoever decorated and built this area clearly wanted whoever made it down here to know that. All of you can very easily walk through the dungeons themselves. Very complicated, very maze-like, but I believe our good friend Elise secured a map to exactly where you need to go, which is very handy for this moment. As you weave through, you see you pass a lot of like cells that are empty. These are not used super often. Maybe you pass like one or two like people who were very inebriated from the day before are kind of trying to sleep it off in the morning. Maybe like a common thief or two who all of you know will probably just be set free in the morning at this point because they were in there for a night, and that's good enough in most cases. And as all of you pass these kind of empty cells with the occasional very finely armored guards just looking like they're trying not to fall asleep, and then they see Lark and they kind of stand up a little and the armor jostles as they're like, I'm paying attention, don't worry. Eventually, all of you make it into the area where you're trying to go, where even the simple decor in here fades away just a little bit and gets a little colder. As a sign that anyone who made it this far and is in this section of the cells is in such deep shit that they don't need reminding that they are in the clutches of the Royal Oaks. They know, and they know how they got here, and it's fine. The decor does not need to reflect it necessarily. And you reach this door that's not the same like sort of like rich brown that all the other doors, and even the cells, which are also these sort of roots, are made out of. This door is like very, very dark wood, and even as you approach, thrums with this ice cold magic. Like it feels like you are walking closer and closer to just like open ice, like a glacier. And as you get there, there's no sign of like a lock or a keyhole, but all of you can feel that this is a very protected door, and so they don't need a guard outside. They don't need a keyhole. It'll open if you're supposed to be there. And you are in front of this door. What would you like to do?
So I haven't been stopped at all or like asked to kind of show this piece of paper on my way up to here?
Not so far. You have a feeling this is where you need that.
Right. So this isn't like a door to a cell. This is like a door to like...
You think probably, yeah.
Okay. Would I have any inkling how to open this door? Do I need to make an arcana check or something?
Sure, make an arcana check.
Hell yeah. 13?
13. I think kind of what you get is, one, you can tell just because this is also, to some extent, the source of your magic. This is like archfey magic that has been imbued here. This is far beyond commonplace enchanting. This was like the big guns. And I think sort of what you can get with a 13 is that this is a door that you get the sense that maybe one or two people at a time can allow to open, and there are no other means of getting past it except to just like destroy the wall next to it. I think you get the sense that you should probably knock, because there is no way in hell you're opening this door unless the person on the inside wants you in here.
Sure. I knock then.
Sure. You knock, and it almost, like, this is a wooden door, but you almost feel, all of you feel, this sort of, like, ripple in the magic of the noise, almost like an echo of even interacting with this magic has to fill the space. And just a few moments later, you see, there's, like, a slider in the door. And the slot opens, and you see two. Make me an insight check real quick, Lark.
God.
It's not anything scary.
No, that's fine. 16? Wait.
16.
How insightful am I? No! That was plus 23.
23. So you see these two kind of like hazel colored eyes, and you see instantly that as they slide it open and there's like a little bit of the bang, the person inside is very annoyed. Not at you, just sort of generally. And then opens, and you see like the business kind of comes back, and this figure goes, "Yes, Your Highness."
May I enter?
The Captain Azalea instructed me not to let anyone pass. I know you're the... I don't mean to be rude. Do you have permission to... That feels very... do you have permission to be here? I'm sorry, apologies.
That is a bit rude.
It's just... You're not here to kill them, are you? Because I could be persuaded to let you, but I also would get in a lot of trouble.
Do I know or recognize this person?
Yeah, I'd say probably without even a check. This is Lieutenant Virion. This is Azalea's, like, right-hand guy.
Right.
Azalea is, like, captain of the guard and captain of the King's Guard, specifically. I'd imagine you haven't had, like, a ton of interactions with this person, but, like, you know him. They, he pronouns.
I think a very practiced, like, smile kind of settles on Lark's face, and they say, Lieutenant, in your experience with me, would you expect that I would come down here without permission to kill a man?
Right, and kind of like, you see, can't like crane their head fully, but like eyes very clearly flick to the large amount of people you've brought with you, and your companions, are they the sort to do such?
They are my companions, and they will be with me. No one in this castle will ever come under harm whilst I am here. Do you understand?
I think you can't like see the bottom of his face, but you see like just the faintest hint of like a, oh yeah, in his face, not in like a threatening way, but just in kind of like a, okay, yeah, no, for sure. And then it's very quickly replaced by that same business. Right, just between us, Your Highness, are you certain you want to be in here? Because he is... Right,
We
yeah,
have
okay.
met, yes.
And the little window slides shut, and a moment later you see kind of like outlining this door, runes that you hadn't even noticed were there begin to like glow and light, and you hear like almost like some kind of internal locking mechanism click, but it's clearly a very old and very complex one, and there is a long series of clicks and like gears turning for a moment before finally a large click sounds. And it doesn't like creak open, but it just sort of like loosens a little bit. And a moment later, the door is pushed open as Lieutenant Virion stands here. Lieutenant Virion is a very broad-shouldered kind of masculine figure with like rich purple skin. They have these long ears. You recognize this as an Eladrin in dusk. It's sort of this like deep bluish black hair, and the sides are shaved, and there's like a slutty little man bun moment going on. And it's just very clearly wearing like this shining, well taken care of but worn armor that even if it was not made specifically for them, looks like it was made for him, and he wears it with pride. And you can also see pretty well armored at the moment. Nice sword. You can see a shield leaning against the wall. You can see a couple of like daggers and such kind of stashed on their person. They are prepared to be in here. And as the door opens, he kind of does a very formal, practiced bow, and we'll pull up. Apologies for the formalities. You can imagine the serious nature of the crimes this person has committed. And in sort of like the back of the room, you hear like a snort. A little bit of like derisive kind of laughter, but nothing else. And even you see Vera like jaw clenches a little. But I think considering that the crime was against you, Your Highness, if you wish to question the captive, then that is absolutely your right to do so.
Thank you, and
he will
thank you for
step out of the front.
Doing your job.
Of course.
And he steps out of the room, did you say?
He just steps out of the doorway, so you can pass.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I Lark doesn't look back at the rest of the group, but like they could probably sense that like if they weren't trying to be a prince right now, that's probably what they would do. But instead they kind of just like take a little bit of a pause and like enter the room.
Yeah, absolutely. You can step into the room. Are the rest of you following, I'm assuming?
Oh, yeah. Hey, Oliver and Camille, again, arm in arm. Like, I think they're standing up a little bit straighter than they were before. Just, like, kind of showing it to this guy.
Sure. So Oliver walks in and Varian is very, like, straight-shouldered and very set and steady. And as each of you step through the door, there's, like, a moment where you feel the lieutenant kind of just very quickly size you up, like, insight check, essentially, your intentions. Like, just, you get a sense this is a person who is constantly evaluating every person, every room, and is very good at his job. And just kind of looks each of you up and down, notices that none of you are, like, you know, holding a knife up here and running into the room, and just kind of, welcome, everyone, and we'll shut the door behind all of you.
I think reflexively, from like getting like a up down, just from like being around the nobles, I think Camille kind of like goes, like gives them like a little like.
Varian instantly will kind of just like incline his head in like a little apologetic nod, kind of feeling in this moment that they've given offense. And as Varian says, welcome, from like way down, there's like maybe like 6 to 7 cells in here. All of you can feel every inch of this space is also thrumming with this magic. Stepping into this space, it feels like it dropped 10 degrees. This is a very enchanted space. You get the sense if it needed to be expanded, it probably could, but it's never had to be. And so there are about 6 cells with very thick walls in between them, whose bars are made of that same kind of like twisted metal made to look like roots. And at the very back, they're all like lined up. It's like a hallway. And at the very end of it, you can't see into the cell, but you hear, yeah, welcome. Sorry, I would have cleaned up if I knew I was having guests. And Varian just, if there's anything I can do to make your visit more comfortable, perhaps gagging the prisoner, I would be more than happy to do so.
Quite defeat the purpose of me being here, but thank you.
Are the other cells
understood?
empty?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. I think Glock kind of gives them like a gracious nod, and then we'll walk to the cell that this derisive voice is coming from.
Yeah, you can pass all 5 of the empty cells. And when finally you reach the last one, and as you pass, you see like Varian's very fine shield against the wall, and you see a chair that has very clearly been there for some time, and you see there's like a little bit of food kind of put to the side and like a book. Very clearly Varian has been here for a long time and expects to be here for a long time. And you also see a, like, for lack of a better word, like rucksack, like a very plain brown bag that is right now secured to the chair that you have never seen Varian carrying before. And as you make to the end, you see, and anyone who is following after Lark, our close good friend Captain Tavia Tides, who is like, you know, these cells are fairly simple. There's like a bed that it doesn't look like uncomfortable, but it's not, you know, the finest thing in the castle necessarily. Just like, it's not terrible. And you see sort of like sprawled on this bed, feet crossed, hands under his head, laying out, is Tavia Tides, who has had everything except his shirt, his trousers, and his socks taken away from them. There is no jewelry. There are no weapons. They don't even have shoes in this cell.
Dogs
but he still looks
out and barking.
Dogs out. I mean, he's got socks on, but dogs out and barking. I mean, he's a pirate. You don't know what he has in there. But still looks like you've walked into their living room, and this is their house, and they're happy to have you there. And Lark, as you step up, one of the hands kind of comes up and he props himself up on his elbow and he goes, "Well, didn't think I'd see you so soon. And you brought friends? Hi, friends."
Hi, criminal.
Oh my god.
I see why you let him go, Lark.
Yeah, oh my god, wow.
Everybody be cool. Everybody remember, we have to be cool.
Relaxing. I'm sure they're used to it. They're beautiful. You're beautiful. Wow.
Thank you. TJ. So you brought your friends to come here and tell me I'm beautiful? I mean, I'm flattered, you know, but
kind of
You got this, Lark.
inclines their head
Tell
a
him.
little bit to Camille, and then kind of a very short glance at Luca, and it's like, no, that wasn't quite my intent. Tell me, when you left yesterday, you were very confident you would not get caught.
Or was I?
So I can only assume you either have misplaced confidence in yourself, which doesn't quite seem right, or you're here out of choice.
What can I say? You know, it was cheaper than paying for a room down in what the fuck is the city's name? Like, Nut?
Acorn.
Corn Nut?
Lark.
Nut.
Dumb. Oh.
And Walnut and something. I mean, really, they're robbing people down there with those raids.
Right, so you allowed yourself to be captured because you did not want to pay for an inn.
I think here you see Tavia sort of like is looking at you and kind of glances to the rest of the party and then back at you. And I think without a check, what you kind of get conveyed here is, are we talking openly in front of everyone? Like there's just sort of a little squint and a little incline of the head.
I think Lark kind of meets their gaze very levelly.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very much like these people wouldn't be here otherwise.
Well, and I think you can see there's like a little more tension in Tavia's shoulders, but they are like trusting you in this moment. Also thought it might not be too bad if I was somewhere easy to find. Plus, you know, it kind of nods in the direction of Virion, who was standing very silently up against the wall. Plus, it'll piss that guy off to think that he didn't get me out of just the goodness of his own honor.
So you're quite comfortable here for the foreseeable.
It's fine. When I get tired of it, I'll take care of it. Don't you worry.
I think at this, like, again, doesn't look towards Virion, but like, if they were moving their gaze freely, would do so. Not out of any, like, more of like a childlike interest to see how Virion reacted to that.
Oliver is looking at Virion.
You see, like, Virion is standing very much in, like, the, like, rigid on watch kind of posture. And you see that, like, face is fairly impassive and careful as he watches this interaction happen. But, like, there's a twitch in the jaw. The hand on the sword, which should be just kind of casually resting, is a little tighter than it needs to be. Is trying so hard to be respectful. Hates Tavia so bad.
I think then Lark kind of, for the first time, does look back at the rest of the group and say, well, you all found yourselves here of your own accord, with wish to ask questions. Please go ahead.
Yeah, please.
Oh. Elisa's got the questions. I'm just here to
Tell me I'm pretty?
No, I didn't come down here I'm here to support my friend. So
Right.
You better stop talking like that. And I think Luca's like flying up, so she's like shoulder height with Lark and just kind of fluttering in the air. Like,
I apologize if I've offended your feelings. And you see kind of is like searching for a name here.
I'm Luca. That's Elise.
Hi, Luca. Hi, Elise.
Hi, criminal. That is Oliver. And that's
Hi,
Cammy.
Oliver. Hi, Cammy.
Hello. That was me. I was
you
the one
said
who said that
Cammy.
you were beautiful.
Fix my brain now. Oh, thank you. You have good taste.
I do. She like looks at me.
Hi, everyone.
Known for. Yes.
I'm Tavia Tides.
Hello.
I'm a captain, but you can call me Tavia because you complimented me, and that's really the key to my heart. So, isn't that right, pretty boy? Kind of calls her name. You see Virion just kind of like lets out a very measured sigh. So, question, Elise, you have a question. Is it about my hair care routine? Because it's just naturally like that. I'm sorry to break your heart.
Oh my goodness, Lark.
Well, then perhaps you should get a hair care routine because it is quite a mess. All right.
Any tips? Because yours looks great. It really suits your face.
To begin, I am the head archivist here, and it is just my job to ask some questions and see what is going on. To begin with, you are a pirate. Is this correct?
It is correct.
Great. And you don't by chance speak the language the thieves can't, whatever?
Why? You want to pass a message to someone at least, head archivist?
No, I'm just collecting my information. Do you or do you not?
I know how to communicate with the people who need to understand me.
Great. Then I will let you know that I am able to understand some forms of language, should you prefer to answer questions in that manner.
Right.
Kind of like glance over at Virion. So, can I ask when you came here to Everglade?
Been here for a few months. Had to pop out once for just, bureaucratic nonsense, but I've been here for 3 or 4 months or so. Or did you mean here in the cell? Because that's been
No, I have a record of that. Thank you.
Okay.
So what made you decide that now was the time to stage a break-in?
You could say I got a little fed up with the system, not being respected or listened to, despite the fact that I hold a pretty considerable sway in the galaxy.
And what were you wanting to get across, if you don't mind me asking?
Eyes kind of flick very briefly to Lark and then back to you. Some concerns about and questions about this very strange phenomena of dreams you guys have going on. You could say I'm an academic on the subject. I'm just really interested in it.
Wait, you know about that? You know about that stuff?
Why, Luca?
I'll let Elise can finish asking questions. I'll just...
You want to peek into my dream journal? Is that it?
You have a dream journal? Like, for real?
You dream enough to have a dream journal?
What do you
Dreaming is...
dream journal? All of these people who don't dream are all suddenly like, wow.
Details of the things you dream about.
You do that often?
Write in my journal or dream?
Both.
Both.
Yeah, it's like, I know you guys have kind of a weird thing going on here, but that's not true for the rest of the galaxy. The rest of us just normal people who dream.
Sometimes. We're normal.
You're the weird one here. Just to be
right.
Just to let you know. Dreaming is not normal. You dream every night.
It depends, but most nights, yeah. You don't always remember them, but...
Have you dreamt while you're here on Everglade?
No.
Interesting.
What is it like when you dream? Like you see things. What is it?
I think you see Tavia, who's kind of been laying down this whole time but propped up, will sort of like ease into a sitting position and like sort of brace one hand on his knee and will lean in, almost like he's doing like gossip at a slumber party kind of. And they'll lean in and go, but it's like sort of the way you see things during the day. It's kind of like that, but at night, and sometimes you can control the things around you and sometimes you can't. And sometimes they're memories and sometimes they're not. Depends on the dream or the nightmare.
You can control
Do you walk around?
You can usually walk around. Yeah. Sometimes it depends. Sometimes you're like more aware in dreams than other times, and then you can sort of like try and change things a little bit or like wake yourself up, but not super often.
Wait, go back to the controlling.
Okay, no, you go
the
first.
Controlling the dream. I'm so sorry.
No, you go first.
How does that work?
Well, it's sort of like, say for example, you were having a dream right now about being in a cell in the same.
It's scary.
Oh, jeez.
It is.
I heard about
Let's
this.
say-
They sometimes call it lucid dreaming.
Yeah.
Oh.
And it's, say for example, this were a dream, which it's not. Oliver, but let's say for explanation's sake that it was. If I was aware that this was a dream, I could maybe, reach out and take that bar in the center there and just pull it out and walk on through. Or I could change where I was altogether. Or I could just wake myself up.
What is
interesting?
What is the most recent dream that you remember having?
For that very intimate kind of question, I think you're gonna have to buy me dinner first, Oliver.
I can arrange that.
See, kind of like an appraising look up and down a little bit at you.
We can make that happen.
Sure.
Gives like a little glint of a smirk.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, Elise, questions.
I think before Elise asks another question, Luca kind of turns to Lark. He's like, they don't really seem that dangerous,
I did tell you there was no threat.
So why are we down in the deepest part of the dungeon?
I think at this, they kind of give you like a little bit of a... I imagine that's probably the king's doing.
Oh.
Less because of threat level and more for appearances.
Oh. Okay, no. I guess that makes sense, sort of. So could we take them out and just bring him back? Kind of
Take
thing?
me out on a date or kill me?
I'm not taking you out on a date
we have dinner
or
plans
killing
first,
you.
So.
Oh.
No, I don't want to
So
date the criminal man.
I mean, don't worry. There's enough of me to
person.
go around. If y'all want to take me out, I'm sure we can.
No one wants to take you out. Just
do.
sit there.
Oliver just said they
sit
want to
there.
take me out.
No, but Lark, I really just think that
We're missing the plot here.
just for the day,
Well,
Well,
you want to walk me like a dog?
No one wants to walk you like... Well, speaking for myself, I don't want to walk you like a dog, but the same can't be said for everybody else here, to be honest.
Sure. Can I get a show of hands? Who wants to walk me like a dog?
I think Oliver, he's doing a vibe
Locke
check.
looks at Oliver.
How bad would it be for me to raise my hand at this moment? Gets the look from Lark and just shakes his head.
Tavia kind of picks up on this and will just give you a little wink, Oliver. Was that all of the questions? Or please.
No.
There's
This
more.
is not all.
Waiting
Right.
for my friends to finish ogling before I was able to.
I can ogle while you
Continue.
ask questions. We're multitask kind of
Multi-talented.
operations. Yeah.
So you are concerned about dreaming around here. Is there a specific reason that those concerns were raised that you would like to declare?
Make me a persuasion check.
Okay. Okay, that's a 10 plus. 2, 12.
12. I think you see Tavia kind of look at Lark and look back at you, and I think you can see him consider it for a moment, and then sort of lean back a little bit against the wall and go, tell you what, you get a pretty boy out of here, as much as I know he loves to look at me, and maybe we can talk a little more openly. And you kind of hear Varian clear his throat in the back and go, pardon me, it would be extremely inappropriate of me to step out with such a dangerous criminal.
You should leave.
At this,
just
Locke
for a few minutes.
fully. Oh my god. At the emphasis on dangerous, a full smile breaks out on Locke's face, and they very quickly try to smother it and kind of duck their head.
Mm-hmm.
I believe, actually, looks at Lark's direction. We might be able to arrange that.
I'm so sorry. Wait, this is Jess speaking. I forgot what the last 5 things were said.
Arrange
Surreal.
leaving momentarily.
Oh, I thought you were speaking to Varian, so I was...
No,
Anyway,
no.
yes. Okay. I think Locke kind of meets your eye, Oliver, and kind of considers it, and then just takes the small scroll of paper out of their kind of robe pocket,
Mm-hmm.
and kind of steps over to Varian and just hands it to them and goes, if you wouldn't mind just waiting outside.
You see Varian take a moment and like scan the paper, not out of doubt, but just like truly out of duty.
Yeah.
And after a moment, you see if there's sort of like it's a strange 50-50 mix of like relief and nervousness a little bit. Right. Well, of course, I will stand just outside if you have need of me, or if you need to leave. The door answers to me. Would you like the criminal's effects in here as well? And kind of nods towards the bag that you saw earlier.
Sure, leave them here.
Of course, Your Highness. Kind of looks to the group, and you see, like, it looks like Varian wants to say several things, and then just kind of, like, glances back at you, Lark, and realizes it's not his place, and will just, like, nod very formally and step out of the door and close it behind it. Of course. It's an honor to assist, and we'll shut the door behind them. And you hear the locks kind of click back into place. And you look back, you see Tavia's like shit-eating grin on their face. Wow.
Luca, would you please be able to take some pictures on your phone of the effects and send them to me? You know I cannot get that camera to work just for cataloging purposes.
Yeah, I can do that. I can do that for sure. Okay.
Oh, is that big old sword in there? I heard you whipped out your big sword in front of Locke the other night.
You first you call me pretty, then you start asking questions about my big old sword. Cammy, I don't know, I think maybe this is a conversation for the group.
Oh, that was, well, I mean, you being beautiful, it's just like, it's a fact. Not a good thing, not a bad thing. It's just I have an eye for beautiful things. But I do want to see, because Locke said it was small, so I want to see if
You just called it a big old sword.
Well, if it's a sword, it's big. But if it's a knife, it's small. Still, I would like to check the effects.
What are we talking about right now? Like a real sword? Or
the actual sword. The actual sword. Okay. Yes.
I think Locke is kind of looking a little bit dead inside and just kind of staring at the ground.
Sure. All of my many swords and daggers of the size that they need to be effective are in the bag.
It's not about the size, it's about how you use it.
Locke did say it was small. So.
And I think here, Tavia kind of looks back at you, Lark, and there's like something a little bit like warmer as he smirks and he says, You talked a lot about my sword, Lark?
I believe I just mentioned you had a knife.
I don't know.
Not because they're scared of it or anything like that. Because he's not scared of you.
So that's good. I'm a very approachable person. None of you have any reason to be scared of me.
Smile.
He's like laughing at this point. Well, just kind of like.
Thank you.
Okay.
Luca's gonna take a selfie when everyone's distracted.
Sure. And yeah, Luca, you're going over to the bag?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can.
I think as Luca walks over, Locke just holds up like a little bit of a hand and just goes, "Do you mind?" and kind of looks at Tavia and says, "Do you mind if we have a look at your possessions?"
No, as long as you don't steal any of them. And you see, this is like very clearly a joke.
Right. I think they kind of like squint a little bit at the funny joke to make, and then allows Luca to walk on.
Yeah.
Can Cammy join?
Criminal to look through the possessions? Luca's gonna get the bag and dump it out.
Oh, sure. So, it is a bag of holding. There's quite a number of things.
Okay.
You can dump it out if you still want to.
Can I still dump it out? I feel like
can.
it's fun. Okay, I'm dumping it out.
So you dump it out, and you can see, like, initially, like, a bunch of shit tumbles out. Some things, like, kind of get caught, you can feel, like, in the opening, because it's a very big extra-dimensional space inside and not as big of an opening. But with a little bit of, I imagine, very exuberant shaking from Luca, you can see all of these belongings kind of tumble out. You hear Tavia in the back go, "Hey, careful! Some of that's actually pretty nice." And I bought some of it. But in front of you, there is a lot of things. You get the sense that, like, a good, like, 90% of this is Tavia's. Some of it is, like, very, like, loose coins, very clearly from just, like, past prisoners that it's a bag of holding, and sometimes shit gets lost in there, and you're not gonna fish for a penny, you know what I mean? A fantasy penny. A copper, I guess. And there's like, you can see like an extra book or two. You get the sense that this was probably Virion's. You can look through the books if you would like to follow your joy. And you see there's like maybe a small little like wrapped thing of like something to eat in there as well that it's Virion's. But Tavia, Tide's belongings are in front of you. Are you looking for anything specific? Do you want me to start rattling off items?
I think she's looking for something that would look important and would appeal to Elise's like line of questioning, anything to do with dreams, or possibly even the knife that Lark described.
I'm
sure.
also, out of the corner of my eye, just looking for Threadweaver, just on the off chance it's there.
Threadweaver is not in here. I think there's like a moment where, I mean, you don't necessarily at this moment know what Threadweaver looks like, but I think there's a moment where like this long, elegant rapier tumbles out and your like heart jumps a little bit and then you realize it's not Threadweaver, it's just kind of a rapier. Yeah. But things that have sort of fallen out of this bag. One, you do not see the dream journal. You get the sense that perhaps Tavia was smart enough to know not to bring the journal with all of their personal intimate thoughts into the situation where they were hoping to get arrested. What you do see?
Rats.
You see several daggers of all different kind of like styles and makes. You get the sense that maybe one of these was bought and the rest were all stolen, and like some have like very elegant family crests in them, and they're different family crests, and like very clearly has been stolen from rich people all throughout Tavia's life. You also see there is a very beautiful, elegant rapier that falls out. This is the one that you mistake for Threadweaver for just a moment. It has this like perfectly polished silver blade, almost looks like unblemished, like it's never been used, even though you can see there's like very minor intended for, but minor like scuffs on the hilt that tell you this has been used. The like cross guard is this sort of like swirling metal that looks so delicate that it almost looks like water, the way that like water kind of twirls. It looks like water kind of curling up, and you can feel as you look at it or if you touch it, there is just a soft thrum of magical energy here. Make me an unsexy intelligence check. Maybe an arcana check, whatever sparks joy for you.
Is Bless still up?
It is still up. Thank you for remembering.
What do I do with that?
D4.
So,
I can
you get
add
to add
that?
a D4.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you for
Wow,
remembering. We'll say that the next 2 checks you make, if you make 2 checks while you're down here, we'll say that Bless can apply to those, just to make sure it's nice and used.
Okay, so I got a 2 on the D4 and a 16 on the D20, and I have a plus 1. So 16,
19?
17, 18, 19.
Nice. So with a 19, you are not necessarily like an expert in weaponry necessarily, but I think what you do recognize as somebody who has spent a considerable amount of time in the Monarch estate, surrounded by very fine things, you recognize that this blade is very clearly of like Fae creation and like skilled Fae creation. Like this sword very clearly, likely, maybe not recently, but likely was made right here in the Oaken Court, or at the very least by somebody with the caliber and interest in making like Fae weaponry and enchanting Fae weaponry in the style of like nobility of Fae. So that falls out. You see there's like you see Tavia's very big coat that they were wearing that's sort of embroidered with these storm clouds and lightning bolts. There's a couple of like gold pieces come falling out of the coat as well as just like a loose like orange peel. You see some rope comes out, like 3 sets of thieves' tools come out. There's a short sword as well as the daggers and as well as the rapier. This does not look to be a velvet make. This is just sort of like nice, but still like kind of run-of-the-mill short sword. And then the last thing you see is there's, at first, I think it's sort of fallen in with these gold pieces that have fallen out, and so you don't like notice it necessarily. But then you kind of, as you're like very carefully scanning over everything, you see this coin is gold, but seems to be like catch the light a little bit brighter than it should, and is not emblazoned with any like monetary crest that you know, and there seems to be like very fine writing around it. And that's what Tavia has on their person at the moment. Well, used to have on there. Oh, and also Tavia's shoes are in here because I did say that his shoes were taken. So there's like very worn boots in there.
I think she's gonna take like pictures of everything for Elise, but I think she's gonna take a picture of the sword and the coin And also, while they're down there, send those to her sister Georgie.
Sure.
God, no explanation. I think she's just gonna send it like really kind of discreetly, without thinking. And then I think she's also, you said it felt like it dropped 10 degrees because of the magic. So I think she's gonna put the coat on.
Okay.
And then pick up the rapier specifically and kind of walk over with it.
Sure. We'll very quickly cut back to the group. Is anyone doing anything while Luca is...
Well,
If Luca's taking a picture of the coin, do we get to know what it says?
It's in a language you... What languages do you speak? Specifically, I'm going to say Luca.
Yeah.
Unless you have joined Luca in looking.
Camille was
I know
joining.
Camille was over there.
Nice, that's so true. So what languages do both of you speak?
I speak Draconic, Elvish, Primordial, Sylvan, and Druidic.
Okay, you don't recognize it.
Yeah, Common, Elvish, and Infernal.
Infernal, you do recognize this as Infernal. It's very, like, archaic Infernal. I think so much so that, like, at a glance, it's kind of difficult to, like, register anything other than this is Infernal. You get the sense if you spent, like, a few minutes studying this, you could probably at least work out, like translate it to some kind of common. It may not be an exact translation, but you can kind of get the gist of it. But it'll take a couple minutes.
Okay.
To try.
But
actually,
as they
recognizing this as Infernal, make me a history check if you wouldn't mind.
Sure.
Camille. It'll be hard.
I also no problem. I also wanted to do a check since. I didn't get much on that one.
Okay.
Let's see history. Let me see. Let me actually check my history. Oh, okay. Wait, maybe I did.
Yeah.
That's a 13.
13. I think you can't quite figure out what it is, but like you can tell very clearly that this coin is magical. There's some kind of infernal on it, and I think you recognize the design in the center as like there's something in your mind that like thinks it's somehow related to like infernal history or like some kind of like lore or myth. You look at this coin basically and you go, there's something infernal going on there, but you can't quite make out what it was.
Okay. But if she were to research later, it would.
You could try.
Okay. The second thing is, since she is someone who does a lot of creating like magical items and whatnot, she probably knows a lot of people in that sphere who do work in that way. So while looking at the sword, is she able to try and like see like, oh, this looks like somebody's work that she might know?
Oh, that's very fun. Make me... What kind of check do you want to make about that?
Oh,
because that's a very fun question, and I like that question.
I'm not sure, to be honest. Is it investigation or?
Sure. Yeah. Follow your joy. Yeah. It is now.
That's a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. I think maybe you don't recognize it as like a person, but I think as somebody who was in a family of very acclaimed enchanters and a family that has been enchanting for the royal family for some time, I think you recognize this sort of as the work of someone who hasn't done a lot of enchanting work recently, just on account of like, elves take a long time to get old, but they do get old. And when you've been enchanting for a long, long time, sometimes you wake up one morning and you say, I would like to go to Fantasy Florida and retire. And I think you kind of get the sense that like, you can sort of recognize like the craftsmanship. This was very clearly made probably close to like 25, 30 years ago, has seen a lot of like wear and tear. You can sort of recognize the places in which the enchantment has like smoothed over like scuffs and just sort of like the natural wear and tear that the blade of a well-used rapier undergoes, but that this enchantment was specifically made to help kind of repair those and make it easier to sharpen and such. And I think the other thing you recognize is that this is something that like, this wasn't necessarily a sword that was just sort of someone walked in a shop and bought it one day. This sword was likely made for a reason, made for a person of like significant power or like title necessarily. This is, I don't want to say it's an ornamental sword because it is very functional and has been used a lot, but it's sort of like it's like a reward. You can kind of tell this was made like, it was made to be beautiful, and it was made to be beautiful as a show of like status, that you can afford to have a sword that is beautiful and also functional, and that's okay. It's a very well done enchantment. You can kind of pick up on it. Very clearly made by very skilled hands. Yeah, I think that's kind of what you get. But this isn't something that like the average guy in Acorn would have necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
I have more questions.
Oh yeah. Sweet, did that answer your question? I know I rambled for a minute.
No, it did. I wrote down some notes.
Amazing.
I think she'll like lean over to Luca and try to whisper.
Mhm.
If you could send me a picture of that sword.
I will send you a picture. I'll send it right now.
Thank you.
Send her a picture.
Amazing. And then we'll go back a few minutes in time here to my friends who are talking with Tavia. How's that going?
I think Elise is so aware of like where everyone else in the room is, and so is going to kind of lean in a little bit, and like not in like a conspiratorial way, not trying to be overheard, but just like you and me, buddy.
Yeah, Tavia kind of leans in the same amount as it's kind of being silly, but still.
You are a captain. Presumably, you have a ship.
Presumably.
Is it here in Neverglade?
It is. Not in the official Acorn port, but parked a little bit off.
Beautiful. Have you been captured any time before?
Here or like generally?
Just in general.
Yeah.
Have you ever answered questions before?
Sometimes. I get really bored.
So, I can't
help
help but notice that you've been here for a few months. Presumably your ship is here, and yet you are complaining about not wanting to pay to stay. So perhaps you want to tell me why you are really here in this cell, if it is something you really wanted to achieve.
Well, Elise, head archivist of the Oaks. You see, the thing about parking a ship in an unofficial dock is it's kind of a bitch to get back and forth from. And if I have business, let's say, I don't know, just sort of generally in this vicinity, it also makes me kind of hard to find. So
you have business in this vicinity that is going to take a few more days. Interesting. Thank you for that.
Of course.
More
and you see here in this moment, Tavia's eyes kind of like flick over your shoulder to Luca and watch very carefully as Luca and Camille are inspecting this coin. It doesn't say anything, but like very much his attention is very focused on you as you interact with his things and with this coin.
I'm so hot.
Yeah?
I want to know what it is. Sorry.
If only anybody knew. I mean, really, it could be anything. We'll never know. And then as soon as Luca kind of like... No, so true. And then as soon as Luca and Camille kind of move on to like the rapier, his eyes will return back to you and kind of flick to you for a moment, Lark. And we'll say, your friends have a lot of questions. Don't you have any questions for me, Lark?
I think Tavia can immediately see that Lark has kind of been standing off to the side. And that this entire like ritual escapade that's going on is happening because Lark knows that he has to let them get it out of their system, otherwise like nothing productive will happen. So Lark in this moment I think forgets themselves a bit and kind of looks at Tavia, and it's a little bit of a private exchange of like, yeah.
So sorry, can you repeat that because I froze?
Oh no, I think Lark kind of shares a little bit of a private look, kind of forgetting himself a bit, of a little, it's a mixture of like friendly like help me eyes and like, yeah, these guys like and then kind of remembers himself and goes, well,
You see, Tavia's like kind of crooked grin grows a little bit.
Well, I thought I'd let the others finish first. I see. I've had my opportunity to speak to you already, so I was allowing
Well,
you to
you
catch
must
up.
have missed me because you came back pretty quick.
Has anyone else got any questions?
I do.
Sure.
Kind of looking over at Lark for like permission to talk about the thing that nobody's talked about yet.
Yeah, they nod.
Your friend, Bella.
Here, like, the mask drops for a second and then very quickly, like, consciously has to come back up. Uh-huh.
Can you tell me more about the circumstances around her disappearance? Was she acting strange in the weeks leading up to it? When was the last time you heard from her? You know, all sorts of those questions.
Well, asking if Isabella was acting strange is sort of like she's kind of a strange person. And I say that in the most complimentary and affectionate way.
Kind of like eyes dart over to Camille with like a warm, loving smile and a nod of like, I get it.
Everybody has their weirdo best friend.
Yes.
That's okay.
Every mask
Sometimes
twink,
the weirdo is the friends we made along
every
the way.
mask twink needs their femme weird best friend. It's just the law.
So true. Everybody gets to be weird in different ways, and that's one of my favorite things about this party. Anyway, she was always kind of eccentric, hard to read. Weeks leading up, it's hard to explain. Bella as a person was always looking for the next big thing. Always, I don't want to say scatterbrained because that would imply that maybe they weren't like good at what they did. She was the best pirate, best king I've ever seen. But the 2 weeks leading up to it, she was more focused and careful. I guess it was like she didn't need to look for what she was going to do anymore because she knew what they were going to do, which I didn't realize at the time. But I don't know. I mean, I'd love to, say she gave me some big speech and walked into the sunset, but she didn't. She was there one day, and then I woke up and she was gone. And there was a letter.
Oh, there was?
No, there was a letter leaving me the captaincy and recommending me as a pirate king, and just sort of very nice, pretty words. No indication that she was coming back, but I'm kind of a stubborn guy, so.
Did it seem to be written? This is a strange question, and I get that. You know, I don't know how people in your line of work operate around written missives, but did it seem to be written in her handwriting, or did it seem like a letter that she would have written herself?
She wrote it. I could tell.
You mentioned Isabella once upon a time worked on a case, and part of the reason for her disappearance is that perhaps she found a lead on it again.
She didn't talk about it much, and when she didn't make a lot of sense, honestly. And also, I was young and annoying, and I didn't really listen, if we're being honest here. But from what I've sort of picked up at the time and have tried to put back together since, there was some case that she was working on here with, these people that disappeared, and they had kids left behind, and it really tore her up, and she never really stopped looking for them, even as a pirate king, in places they wouldn't be, and was just sort of obsessed and would leave notes around her office that didn't make sense. And yeah,
I think Oliver's eyes glimmer with recognition, as if he's put two pieces together, and just kind of looks at Lark with that kind of, I've made a connection, but I'm not positive, and I don't want to give false hope, so I don't want to say it out loud.
I think like you see them acknowledge it, but their expression doesn't really change.
May I ask, how one would, if our if Locke were inclined to assist you in this, how might one recognize this Isabella?
I mean, I can. Oh, there's a there's a portrait on my ship. Obviously, I didn't bring it with me. I don't just kind of carry around a big full-size portrait of Mentor. But
Well, if you could give me the coordinates, I'm sure I could go and take a look myself.
if you let me out, I can go get it.
Nah. That is not my call.
I think Camille kind of walks over.
Welcome back, Cammy.
Please. Sorry, if you had more to say, sorry.
I was just if you could give me a physical description, that would be helpful.
Yeah. Yeah. No, sorry, I haven't. Yeah. She. Ladrin. Elf. You know the elf. You know, you live here.
I am
sort of
one,
like.
yes.
Right. Sorry. Kind of like pale skin, freckles. Is I mean, I don't know, you know, what she looked like when she was here, but she's like a eye patch now, and her other eye's like this really like nice kind of bluish silver, blonde hair. She like kind of like to her mid back. It was 3 years ago, I guess. I don't know what it looks like now. Super strong. Definitely could like kill a guy with like anything really.
Thank you. Camille?
Yeah.
You were
No, yeah.
going to ask something?
Yes, so, overheard, you said that she left notes in her office.
There was like I mean, she took some of them when she left, but there was a little bit kind of left behind, yeah.
Okay, and that office is now yours on the ship.
The office they were left behind, it was her Pirate King office over in Fortis. I brought a couple of them, I have them, but, yeah.
Oh, well, then never mind. My idea is useless now. I would still like to see the ship, though. She kind of looks over at the crew. And then she's, like, holding the little bag of, like, I think she probably, if she could have touched one of the coin, grabbed one of them.
The magic one or the normal ones?
The magic ones. Is it one singular one that's magic?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
There's the one magic one, and then there's just a handful of, like, copper, silver, gold pieces kind of just loose in there.
Okay. If that's all right, I would love for her to like kind of hold it and be like, "This is infernal."
I think you see Tavia's like the minute you kind of hold it up, Tavia's focus is like razor sharp on your hand, and like not in a very practiced way of like a thief who knows how easy it is to pick something up and make it never be seen again, and is sort of just like very carefully watching. Like the movement of your hand, the movement of your fingers is like trained on your hand. Yeah.
I would love to detect thoughts.
Sure. So you just initially get surface level thoughts, right? Mm-hmm. And there's no save.
Correct.
Let me see. I think the surface level thoughts. I'm gonna kind of throw some feelings at you rather than like sentences.
Okay.
Surface level thoughts, I think you feel it's not quite fear, but like you feel the worry and the focus on not losing this. You feel the urgency of it. And I think what you feel with just surface level is there's like something about this coin hurts Tavia a little bit. You can feel that it's very important to Tavia, and I think because I rolled a 2 when I rolled to see like I think you get the name Tenet. Yeah. Are you pushing deeper, or are you just staying?
Not yet.
Okay.
I got 10 minutes. I'll let you know.
Yeah, it is infernal. Good eye.
Yeah. Can she feel kind of like the thrum of magic coming from it, or does she have to do like a little?
I would say pretty easily, you're someone who comes from a family of enchanters. I don't think it's hard for you to tell when something is magical. Yeah, there's magic in this.
Okay. I would love for her to cast Curious Casting, which
sure, tell me about that.
As a reaction when you see a spell or detect a magical effect within 60 feet of you, you can make an Arcana check with a DC plus the spell's level to try and identify it.
Yeah, go ahead and make me an Arcana check.
Can I give a little shoulder squeeze and give Bardic Inspiration?
Yes, you can.
Great. So you can add a D10 to that if you would like. Sweet.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
We're bringing all the baggage to the surface.
There we go. That's a 26.
Hot
26.
And sexy.
Yeah. So I'm so sorry. You just read it to me in my brain flatline. This is to detect it, right? To figure out what the effect is, or is this to steal a use of the effect?
Well, if I succeed, I could steal a use of it. So.
Sure. So what you kind of get from this, you feel there's kind of a couple things lurking under, and one is more concrete than the other. You get the sense that this magic that kind of opens for you and allows you to sort of peek and sift through as you will. There's very clearly two effects here, two sides of the same coin, if you will. You can sense that one, you get this sort of sensation of what it feels like to open a door, but the door is hot, hotter than anything you have ever felt. You get the sense that this coin can be used for passage. This is a very cool thing. You rolled very well. You get the sense that this coin can be used as passage into some secret subsections and demiplanes of the Nine Hells. The other effect that you get is that this coin grants good luck to the person who wears it or who has it in their possession. And you can feel, just holding it, a little bit of that magic settle into you. I'm just going to tell you what the effect is because I don't think there's really any way to dance around it. Mm-hmm. With this coin in your possession, you benefit from the luck feat. Mm-hmm. So it's sort of twofold of gaining entry and the ability to change things in your reality a little more in your favor.
Perfect. I think she kind of rubs it and watches their eye kind of stick to it.
Yeah.
And kind of feels the magic kind of absorb into her fingertips, and she goes, I can put it back if that's what you'd like.
And I would like to know what the surface thoughts are with whatever the response is.
I think what you get back is sort of... No, go ahead.
So sorry. I just think...
No, you're fine.
Locke very quickly picks up on probably the tension between Camille and Oliver, and then looks back to Tavia and sees the focus and is now also watching this interaction very closely.
I think what you get initially, Oliver, is some kind of very quick thought of play it cool. The instinct to don't look too interested, that's a weakness. And then it's sort of washed over in a way. If the playing it cool is the sand on a beach, it is washed over by a very aggressive and strong tide of desperation to not lose this item. And I think, and all of you looking at Tavia and not rattling around in their brain can very much the front is very calm and disinterested. There is that intensity in his eyes. And I think they say, I would appreciate if the hard-won items that is a pirate king I've won stay in my possession, but nothing I can do to stop you except come get it when we're done. So
I think at this point, Lark has had the thought since that conversation with Ambrose that something from the Oaken Court has been stolen, and it's potentially Tavia. So I think the next thing Lark says is he kind of tilts his head and goes, "Did you steal this?"
I think here Tavia's eyes kind of tear from the coin and look at you with a very incredulous kind of look. Yeah, it's the one thing I ever stole, Lark.
I mean, did you steal this yesterday?
Are you asking if I stole this from you?
From this palace.
No.
Can I do I
think
feel
all of her
intelligent?
just nods.
I think Tavia kind of picks up on this and the eyes move to you. And doesn't say anything, but there's just sort of like a... Mm-hmm. And I think the thought that you get is like, okay, pretty boy.
I drop it.
And then their eyes kind of refocus back on the coin.
He called me pretty.
It's just, it's just something I've had for a while. That I'm fond of. That's all.
Did you...
Sure.
Did you steal anything yesterday whilst you were...
Why? What are you missing?
I think Locke goes through several answers in their head and goes, I wish I knew. And it's a very genuine,
Sure.
answer.
You see, intrigue kind of, light in Tavia's eyes. I stole an orange from your... It's not called a galley when it's in a castle, is it? Your kitchens.
That's just a kitchen.
And, I may have already stolen a few hearts, but other than that, no. I've been very polite and well-mannered, I'll have you know.
Is that what this is?
Huh?
Cheeky, this one.
I'm on my finest behavior, at least. Is it not showing?
Just dead-eyed stare.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I kind of like the energy. I think she goes over to the chair that sat in front of this cell.
Sure.
And she puts her purse down, her little caboodle, and she opens it up, and pulls out her book, her tomb, and she opens it up to a blank page.
Mm-hmm.
And she flips it to the side that has the infernal writing on there.
Mm-hmm.
And I think she grabs either ink or something that she can rub over the top of it, and she stamps it onto the page, and you can feel you can see kind of the color of her hair kind of looks like pink pollen kind of stamped down onto the page as she kind of puts that spell onto the page as she's
Sure. As you kind of put the ink on there, you can see almost instantly, despite the fact that it's not hurting your hand necessarily, but the ink begins to steam, almost as if you've poured the ink on a hot stove. And as you sort of turn it and place it on the paper, you can see the paper around begins to steam a little as well. And as you pull it off, it's not necessarily marked in ink. There's signs of the ink. It's burned into this page.
nice.
Yeah.
Thank you. She looks at the job done. She goes, okay, I'll put it back. And she closes her book and goes to put it back wherever it was.
Thank you, Cammy.
Of course.
And the minute that the coin is out of anyone's hand, instantly sort of visibly falls back into that cool guy kind of relaxed. Okay. And I think you see Tavia's eyes kind of flick to you, Luca, and go, Luca, you haven't called me any mean names in the past few minutes. What are you thinking about?
I think Luca's standing in the back, gripping the sword.
Sure. Oh yeah, I forgot you're wearing his coat and holding the sword. But I think instead of saying that, I think Tavia will look at you and go, oh, that suits you. Big dreams of becoming a pirate king someday? I could mentor you, if it's something you're interested in.
Lark bites
Lark,
his
maybe
tongue
we
with
should
some
let
sort of
them out.
joke of mentors disappearing, and there's a half-formed joke that's forming in their brain that they've decided now is not the time to tell.
Sure.
No, sorry. Do you know any more about, Isabella, what was it? Kinran? That was the name. Yeah.
I know a lot of things about Bella Bones, who is the person you know as Isabella Kinran. You're gonna have to be a little more specific, though. I spent, a lot of years
I want to know
with
about
her.
the case that they were working on. Please.
Are you trying to hide your attachment to this answer?
Yes, but I think
Make
she's
me a deception
gripping
check,
this sword with white knuckles.
Sure.
Can I insight
Sure.
check that?
Can I insight? Yeah, I would
I
love
think
to.
anybody who would because that was a very specific
Uh-huh.
question.
Oh, wait. I think
I got a 10 plus
Okay.
3. So a 13.
Okay.
I got a 15. I rolled a
Get a
2.
dirty 20.
I got a, what is that, 23? Yeah.
That's not fair. You guys are higher level than me.
Sorry.
Luca, why don't you tell the party what they get, and then I will talk a little bit about what Tavia is. Yeah.
I think you get she's very anxious, and I think the vibe is that she's really been checked out of the coin conversation and like all of that. She was not hearing it. She's just very focused on knowing more about Bella Bones and specifically the case she was working on. And I feel like you can see there's like an emotional tie on her face. She really wants to know the answer to this question.
With a natural 20, Tavia Tides looks at you, and I think you see there's like a moment where it looks like he's gonna make a crack. And then he kind of picks up on the emotion behind. And there's a moment where they just kind of like meet your eye and like hold it in a way that is like almost an attempt at saying, I get it. You know, like at like mutual understanding to some extent. And instead of making a crack about it, Tavia sort of like very pointedly makes a show of like kind of like rolling their eyes and go, oh, you Faye, you always want to talk about specifics and details of, okay, do I look like a guy take notes or something on a case? You probably have more records lurking around somewhere in here than I do, truthfully. All I know is this couple went missing. They left some kids behind. This was like
I know that part.
20 years ago. Right.
Was there
and I'll make a little see if he retained anything. I mean, I don't know. She had a weird she always used to draw like owls. It was like a weird kind of like fucked up owl though. I thought it was just something she liked, and then I got her like a gift with an owl on it, and they like hated it, and she pretended like she didn't. I don't know. It was like this weird.
You said these notes. You kept some of them. Are they on your ship?
Yeah.
I think Locke is looking very intently at Luca as well.
I think she's looking wide-eyed at is there like a keyhole for this cage that he's in?
I think you can get the sense without even, I won't make you make a check about it, that this is something that is magically open because locks, keyholes can be picked by pirate king criminals who are very good at doing that. So you get the sense this is a magical lock. Yeah.
I think kind of picking up on Luca's interest, not really understanding why, but like still picking up on it. Oliver kind of turns to Luca and then turns back to Camille and says, we were going to go poking around in the Arcane Inquisition later this evening after lunch, if you'd like to join us, Luca.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I would. I would like to go. Very much.
Okay, great.
What about me? Do I get to go on the field trip?
Can you disguise yourself and leave a magical cage on your own?
I feel like I shouldn't answer the second one. But I can disguise myself.
Okay, well, that's not up to me. So.
I think Luca turns to Lark.
But it's not my decision.
I think Tavia also looks at Lark, and you see kind of like very like claps like their hands on their face and goes, pretty please, your highness.
I think they give you like a don't be a child. Look. I think anyone looking at Locke over the, for pretty much the entire time you guys have been questioning this guy, aside from the interjections they've made, they've kind of been like staring at a crack in the floor and thinking really hard. And I think finally they kind of look up. And you said that all of their jewelry had been taken off. Did this fall out of the bag?
The jewelry? Yeah. I forgot to mention this earlier, but this would be there. The like arcane inquisitor badge that they showed you earlier, unless you kept that also fell out.
Oh, I kept that, I think.
Okay, then it didn't. Never mind.
Okay.
But yes, there's like all kinds of earrings and rings and necklaces and pearls and shit just on the floor right now.
Just gay shit all over the floor.
I do think Camille like organized them.
We gotta get these piercings back in this man's nose before they close up, you guys. This is an emergency.
God, so true.
But yeah, Camille definitely organized them from like the prettiest, most expensive to least.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then I think Lark will walk over to this collection of now organized jewelry and kind of like very gently kind of gather it up in their hands and walk over to the bars and say, is there something in here you wouldn't mind parting with for a day or two?
And here I was being questioned if I was the thief.
For a day or two.
I think Tavia kind of like looks at you and looks down at the jewelry and looks back up at you. And again, there's that same kind of like warmth a little bit in their expression as he like one corner of like his mouth kind of pulls up and he goes, "Which one do you like? Pick one."
I don't. What have I got to pick from?
There's all kinds of shit in here. There's like so there's like the pearl necklace, of course, because gay. There's like all kinds of like several rings, more rings than could possibly fit in one on each finger. You get the sense that there's a couple that and they're like all different styles. Like some are gold, some are silver, some have jewels set in them, some are very like simple bands. There's the piercings in their ears, on their nose. Basically, you tell me what you find in there, and it's probably there. Their lip ring is in there. I mean, whatever you want is in there, really.
I think Lark will probably make a conceited effort to not make any judgment or show any thought about this, and just picks up a ring and kind of put everything else down and hands and kind of offers the ring out to Camille.
Oh.
Would you be able to... How long would it take for you to enchant something like this with, I don't know. And then I think, like... you can tell I don't want to say the next part. Like a binding spell.
Oh, yeah?
Grits their teeth a little bit. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. How long would it take? Do I have to roll for that for me to know? Like, how long...
Let's say it would take... it would take you 3 hours. You get the sense your parents could probably do it in like an hour and a half.
Okay. I could do it in about 3 hours. If I bring it to my mom, though, she could probably do it in an hour and a half.
Okay. Takes off one of their rings and gives it to her. Then if you could create some kind of enchantment, I think. Kind of finally turns around. I can't just let you go free. We will both be in a lot of trouble.
Because you'd miss me?
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
The person I barely just met.
I could think of worse places to be than just kind of close to you all the time, so.
like you could see how much this thought pains Lark.
Yeah.
And I go, sure. Well, once that's done, perhaps we can pay a visit to your ship and continue the next part of this investigation.
Sure.
She kind of like walks over and like leans over to Lark and is about to say like Lark's name, because looks at TV, goes, Your Highness, are you sure that you want them to be like house arrested to you?
I mean, there's no one else I can give that responsibility to, Camille.
I could take it.
Shoots you a glance.
They both do at the same time. Yes, but I'm just a little, I don't know, a bit concerned. I mean, yes, they seem nice enough, but it seems as though it was by choice that they were nice. What if that choice changes? I mean, they are a pirate after all, so you want to be left alone without safety.
I'm pretty used to pirates, Camille. I think I'll be all right.
Correct. Okay. Well, all right. And she goes to her caboodle and like ties it up and puts it away.
Sure. Yeah.
So we'll be back then to set you free.
Not free, just on temporary leave.
No. Oh, I like that. That's a fun. Setting loose.
Thank you for answering our questions.
Sure. I'll just keep myself entertained with the good lieutenant out there. I think he's really warming up to me. So.
Go easy on him if you would like to be.
Why? Because he's in love with their boss?
Who?
Holy shit!
Sorry, did you... I was in a room with the two of them for like 5 minutes, and he was all, yes, Captain, I would do anything for you. And she was all, okay, I gotta go.
Oh my god! Kavara! So is Peter?
Which I think is not Kavara. It's Captain Azalea.
Azalea. Oh my god! What did Azalea say?
I mean, which I think is pretty crazy, because she's like pretty clearly, it's like,
Would you please try for the next few hours to maintain a level of civility so that I can remove you from the cell for a few hours without much trouble? Would that be okay?
I'm being perfectly polite. I can fix him. Don't worry.
Okay.
Sure, Your Highness. I will just sit here and I'll look real pretty. Just for you.
Fine. If you want to do that, I suggest you fix your hair, because again, it is quite a mess. It is off-putting.
Tavia, very pointedly kind of reaches back and, pulls the, leather band out of his hair, so it, these curls kind of run forward, and will just, run his hand through his hair, and is that better for you? Cammy's a fan.
I swear, I wonder if you modeled. Did you model before you were a pirate?
I didn't. Maybe I missed my calling. But, maybe I could practice modeling for you sometime.
Kind of turns to Luca and kind of, gives him a little, not like a snippy look up and down, but kind of looks at the outfit they're wearing and the sword they're still holding and just kind of, we should probably return these.
Why?
Because they're not ours.
You can hang on to the coat if you want. Color suits you.
Can I keep it? This is nice.
Maybe not forever, but at least for now.
Well, you're
nobody can say I'm not a gentleman.
So, I can't keep the sword?
Maybe not till you learn how to use it.
Lark, you wanna let them talk to me like that? Do something.
Can I do a little, looking at this sword, can I do a little bit of can I tell that this is Faye made?
Oh, absolutely. Without a check. Yeah.
I think, in the middle of the...
Mark.
Yeah.
And actually, Oliver, if you are looking at the sword, sure. I think the two of you make me a history check with advantage.
You're special. We're the Special Oaks boys.
That's true. That's what I call you in my brain. Special Oaks boys. Ring a little bell.
So much.
Come here, Special Oaks boys.
25.
18.
25? 25 and 18. I think, Oliver, you're looking at this, and you are like, I swear to God, I've just seen this sword, and that doesn't make sense because I've never seen this man before. Lark, with a 25, you realize this is not identical, but incredibly, incredibly similar to the sword you just saw Kavara Truthseeker leave with. That was given to them when they became High Inquisitor. And I think Oliver, because 18 is a good roll too. I think you don't necessarily pin it to Kavara Truthseeker, but I think your observations on Ambrose's behalf of high-ranking Inquisitors, you recognize the design as sort of vaguely related to arcane Inquisitors.
Did this belong to your friend?
Yeah.
Then I think we better give it back, Luca, shouldn't you?
No.
Give you a really gentle smile and say, "I can make one very similar. If you like."
You can keep the short sword if you want, or one of the daggers.
Fine.
Well, since we're coming back to give you your ring back anyway, can I study it for the next 3 hours and then bring it back?
The sword?
Yeah.
You promise you'll bring it back, Cammy? I don't know, I trust you, but we just met.
We did.
I think
yes.
here Tavia, stands kind of for the first time for this and sort of, braces his arms up against the bars. And you can see, the magic in between the bars kind of shimmers a little. he goes, I'd extend my hand to shake your hand, but I don't think you're good. So.
Are you trying to make a deal?
Yeah, isn't that the thing to do while you're here?
When you're in the position to, and I'm so sorry, I don't believe that you are. I have plenty nice things. I don't need one of yours, but I'm very curious the magic that is ruminating off of this one. I just want to study it, so I will bring it back.
You see, Tavia takes a moment to like look at your face, not in a doubting way, but just like very clearly like assessing any signs of lying. My question to you: are you lying?
No, she will bring it back. She's like 100% truthful.
Then I think you see Tavia. Sure. I think you see Tavia like nods a little and goes, "All right, I trust you."
Perfect.
Make sure that one doesn't go swinging it around because it is very sharp.
No, of course. She gives it to Luca. She like pats Luca on the shoulder. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Then I think we're done here, just for now.
All right. Thanks for the visit.
Pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you all. You too, Oliver.
Okay. I can open this door, right? I don't need.
No,
so
we have to
yeah.
knock
As
and-
you kind of.
Oh, I thought we had to ask Virian to open it for us.
Kind of.
Okay.
Yes, but as you get closer, you hear the locks begin to turn, as if Virian can tell when people get close to the door.
Slay.
And it begins to open and swings open a little bit. And a moment later, it is held open for you as Virian stands. Who do you think is coming through this door first?
Probably me.
Sure. Kind of like looks at you and nods and everything. All right. I don't mean to pry. I just,
Yes, can I have a word with you just in a minute?
Of course, Your Highness. And you see Varian's eyes kind of then flick to Luca and Luca's coat and the sword Luca is holding. And there's sort of almost a hint of a smile that is very quickly smothered. And then kind of like looks back at you. Of course, Your Highness.
Thank you. I kind of steps aside for everyone else to kind of file out.
Oliver will
and
lead the
we'll step aside with you.
way.
Camille is kind of like lingering behind. She has like her little business card out. She goes, if you ever decide to get into the business of modeling, I know a lot of people in the industry. I'm gonna put this in your little bag here, okay? I think you'd be just a really good suit for certain lines. So I'm just gonna put this here if I ever want to do like a little. I had this great thing called Aquatica Mystica that I think you would have been really great for. Yeah, it was really nice. Anyways, yes, that's for you. If you ever want to break into the business, let me know. Perfect.
Thank you, Caramy.
Of course.
And we'll kind of just like watch you go with a very like amused but like fond kind of smile. Yeah. All of you can exit the room. The door will, without Virian touching it, swing shut and lock behind. And actually, as all of you kind of walk through, you feel
I was
like...
just gonna grab the lieutenant for a sec.
No, for sure. I mean, as you walk through the door out into the hallway.
Okay, great.
Because are you pulling him into the room with Tavia? Or
no.
Aside? Cool. So as all of you kind of walk through the door, you feel like a little... like shimmer of magic, almost the way that like a little chill feels. It feels like that. One, because you are stepping into a much more like comfortable temperature, but also all of you kind of get the sense that there is some kind of enchantment that anyone who leaves is like cleared of specifically like disguise effects or checked for disguise effects in case a prisoner, like an asshole pirate with some talent with magic tries to disguise himself and run out. But yes, you are able to pull the lieutenant aside very easily.
Lieutenant,
Yes.
I'm sure you heard the commotion of yesterday's events.
I did.
Not least being, the break-in question, but before that.
Right.
As a result, and at my father's bequest, I'm conducting an investigation into certain matters, and the person in that room is of interest to the investigation.
I see.
I have been, and that this gives them a little bit of like a tight smile. I have been given permission to deal with this person as I see fit. In current matters, I am in need of their assistance, so I will be returning in a number of hours to remove them from the cell. And
See.
yeah, that's it really.
I think when you say to deal with this person, there's like a flicker of like hope in Varion's eyes, and then you say you'll be back, that you need him, and the hope dies a little bit. Right. Would you require a member of the King's Guard of the Royal Service to accompany you on such? Not that you are not a very capable individual. I know that you very easily fended off the criminal in question not long ago. I simply mean to suggest that perhaps a bit of well-armored aid and a very sharp sword might not go amiss. Your Highness.
No, I say this with the greatest of respect, but I am more of an arcane person than a sword person myself, and I feel more comfortable.
Right. I am very much a sword person and would be very happy to accompany you on... Apologies, Your Highness.
Lieutenant, I would never put that upon you. I think you've done your job quite well today, keeping them company.
Thank you, Your Highness. It is an honor to uphold the duty that is helpful to my crown and country.
I will pass along some glowing feedback to kind of, again, a little bit of a rice mouth to higher ups.
That's very appreciated. Thank you.
So, enjoy the next few hours.
You as well.
While that conversation was happening, I'm going to grab Camille's arm and kind of give her 3 taps on the shoulder, which is code for I am checking out for 2 seconds to check on something else. Make sure that nobody like knocks me over while I do this. And I would love to check on my fingernail in Ambrose's office.
Sure, roll me a d20.
18.
Is it your whole fingernail?
Yeah, so like, you know when you like bite off a fingernail?
Yeah, okay. Grace, you know when you lose a fingernail?
No, not the whole.
Yeah, do you know what that's like?
Not the. No, just like the tip.
Great, I do crazily.
Just like the tip of it.
Okay.
I think to cover
that scared
Camille.
me here. Oh, okay, fine.
To cover, I think Camille's like pretending to like reapply like any like liner or anything for Oliver as their.
Great.
Sure.
Luca's leaving.
Sure, you
She's not gonna knock you over.
Kind of very happily in a coat that's too big for you, begin waddling down the series of hallways. Oliver with an 18. That's a pretty good luck check. I think in this moment, this is just me, the DM, asking, what information are you hoping to glean, or are you just being nosy?
I'm just being nosy.
I respect you for that. That's okay. I think what you hear then is the voice of Ambrose and a voice that you very easily recognize as Flora. And the conversation that you are overhearing very clearly has been going on for a moment, and you can hear like the worry in Flora's voice as she says, just don't understand how this could happen. I mean, how did they make it as far as his room? That I know that they're very capable, but and you hear Ambrose, you hear the like sound of like a chair shifting a little bit, and then like almost like the sound that like metal like cufflinks make on wood. Like the wood of a desk. And Ambrose says, I know. We are making adjustments and looking into it, and I don't know. A huge oversight that will be corrected. And you hear Flora kind of say like, well, what if we hadn't had time to correct? I mean, that is fair. And this conversation kind of carries on in the same tone where you can kind of hear like Ambrose trying to comfort his very upset wife. Nothing like crazy, just
just being nosy.
I respect that.
Oliver kind of blinks back into this reality, and at the same time as Oliver's eyes like unblur, the fingernail on like under the desk just like harmlessly disappears, like it was never there in the first place, and it begins to very, very quickly regrow on Oliver's hand. And they come back to Cammy fixing up the smudged eyeliner. Thank you. I thought, it's been a while since I looked in the mirror, so I'm glad to have you.
Of course. Find anything interesting?
No, not really, unfortunately.
Shame. All right. well, we should catch up probably to the group.
Yes, it's lunchtime.
It is.
And as all of you begin making your way through the hallways in pursuit of a good lunch that I don't think you ever put the order in for.
I will as we're walking.
Nice. Okay. You have terrible reception in the dungeons, but that's fine. You'll get in eventually. That is where we're going to take our break and take our metaphorical lunch break. Don't change that Twitch channel. We'll be back in just a few minutes to, I don't know, maybe find another pirate to just kind of like flirt and provoke with as a treat or do something else. We'll see you back here in a few minutes. Bye. I hope you got a yummy snack. Just a nice, like, hot girl drink. You know, just a fun little treat for your day. We're gonna have our fun hot girl little treat in a party where there's one girl, and it's Grace. Thank you for being our token cis person. And we're gonna pick up here. Is there anything anyone would like to do on the walk to lunch? On the walk out?
I'm catching up with Luca.
Hell yeah, you can do that.
I'm ordering lunch.
Before Elise catches up, I think Luca wants to check her phone because she ran up a bit ahead because I figured that there was no reception in the dungeon.
Sure. Yeah, so you sent those pictures to Georgie with no context. And as you start nearing the area where you get service again, a text comes through, reply, that's just 3 question marks.
Great. I'm gonna call her.
Sure. Yeah, you can what are these? That's a good roll. Okay, yeah, you call her and it rings for like maybe 3 rings, and then you hear yeah, hello? Yeah.
Are you okay? My pictures? I'm okay.
Yeah, what are you shopping?
No. Georgie, we went and saw the criminal.
What? The one that broke into the
Yeah. That's the
You went by yourself or
No, I'm with Lark and Camille.
Oh, okay.
And Oliver. Yeah.
Okay.
But
I went and he gave you a store.
No, I was going through their stuff. We dumped all their stuff
out.
Oh.
Okay.
And rummaged through it.
Sure. Why? Not judging, just why?
I'm kind of helping out on a mission.
Uh-huh.
With Lark.
Okay.
And, some other
Is it like a revenge mission because that guy broke into Lark's room?
No.
Were you like stealing back something they stole or?
No, they don't seem that dangerous. Really?
Right. The guy who broke into the Crown Lord's room and held him at knife point is the guy that's not dangerous at all. And you should just let him go, actually. Maybe you should take him out on like a date or something.
If you met
if
them,
he's just not dangerous, then might as well.
That's the thing. Tried to go on dates with everyone. I don't think.
Okay.
You wouldn't find them that dangerous. Like, you had to be there. You had to be there. Anyways.
Okay.
Guess what? They know Isabella Kinran.
You hear like the sound of like you know what it sounds like when someone like bumps like the speaker or like the receiver on a phone?
Yeah.
You hear like that and like a shuffling and like the sound of fabric and then just fuck. And then you pick up sorry, someone bumped. Listen, Luca, you know you're my favorite youngest sister and I love to talk. It's just that for just no reason in particular because nothing happened. The Gatehouse is kind of a lot right now, and I'm one of the senior inquisitors, so I do kind of have to.
Yeah, because something went missing, right? See, I know things.
Huh? What? You're breaking up.
Georgie, I know I'm not breaking up.
Can't hear you.
Well, I'm coming to see you anyway.
Shh.
So, she'll hang up the phone.
Sure. And right as you hang up the phone, Elise steps up next to you.
Hi.
Hey.
Is everything all right?
Everything's great. I have this cool sword.
It's very good sword.
And this cool coat.
It looks much better on you than I think it would look on that person in there.
What was there? Tavia? Was that the
Tavia
name?
Tides, I believe, yes.
Tavia Tides. Yeah, do you think that they're that dangerous, Elise? I don't really feel like it's worth all of this. I thought this was like the worst of the worst, you know?
I think their danger comes not in their capacity for violence, but their capacity for charm personally, but...
Right, yeah. No, I was thinking the same thing, actually. I was gonna tell Lark that. So.
Oh. Yes.
Yeah. Did you get all your questions answered?
Yes. Yes. And did you send the photos?
I did. I put them.
Thank you.
Yeah, I sent them to you on text, and I sent them to your work fantasy email because I know you're better at checking the other one than. So. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I was as part of my job, I'm going to do some checking up on their claims about this missing captain and the case they were working on, and I was wondering if you would like to help. Some
I can look
in.
at the part with the missing that the person was looking for. I can do that part.
Great. Yes, if there's anything at all, and I'm look like really sincerely at Luca, like that comes up, or that you need to talk about, or have questions about, I'm an ear who owes no responsibility to enter anything into the history books if it is just between friends.
Yeah, I'll let you know if anything
Great.
does come up. But I appreciate the offer, and yeah, I'll come with you we can look together.
Great.
And it would be a group exercise. Well, just the two of us. And maybe the others, I don't know. Everyone seems to be hanging out more. But yeah.
Well, I say this with love and appreciation for everyone we were with, but if we are going to be investigating this, we should maybe play cards closer to our chest. I fully trust you to make any decisions about who you bring in and who you tell and what you tell, but I don't want to
You don't want
any
everyone else to know? Just us?
No, they can know. I just want to make sure that if we are looking into this case, that should we encounter someone closely involved, that they are well protected. Should something happen, as the people in our group do have duties to fulfill.
Right.
Yes. So again, it is completely up to you.
Okay. Yeah, they're busy, you know.
Right.
Okay, sure. I'll just keep this between us for now then. Are you getting lunch with us or no?
I was asked, and I don't know that. I said yes because don't. But I don't know how to open the menu on my phone.
Oh,
so
I think, yeah. Well, Oliver ordered it, or I actually don't know if Oliver ordered it.
Well, I'm sure whatever it is was delicious.
Hey, I'm getting you that salad that you get normally, but if there's something else that you want, just let me know.
The salad sounds great. Elise.
That was to Elise. I would never order you a salad, Luca. Oh my god.
I tried Elise's last time. It wasn't that bad. I didn't mind the strawberries in it, even though I am, the fruit in the salad.
The fruit and the blue
just
cheese.
Freaks me out. Yeah, I don't like that. Just.
But if you want something else, it's not too late.
No, that is perfectly acceptable. Thank you ever so much, Oliver.
My pleasure.
As you, as a group, continue to sort of walk closer and closer back into the light of day, and reception begins to come back. Camille, your holo transmitter goes off.
Oh,
which one?
I got a text.
And that's our stream. Thank you all for coming.
No, I'm just nervous.
Yes. So she goes and she grabs her holo transmitter.
I have such a question for you, because I feel like it's just important that we all know. And by that, I mean I'm nosy and I want to know. What do you think Marigold is saved as in your holo transmitter?
I think for the longest time it was do not answer, do not pick up. And now I don't. I think it is like her formal title. Now,
sure.
I think it is. So like full name, even like middle name, like initial, like everything. Yeah.
Sure. Love that. Then yeah, you see that you have a fantasy text from Marigold.
Okay. She goes ahead and she opens it up as she's walking.
Sure. So the message reads, Camille, I am so glad to hear you will be joining us. Tomorrow evening would be perfect. And please don't worry about the roast. I am not in the habit of demanding my dinner guests bring their own main course. Leander and I are so looking forward to hosting you in our home. And then it's like signed, like with a dash, Viscountess Marigold Payne. And you see from the timestamp that this was sent like probably like 3 minutes after you descended, so it's been like 15 to 20 cents. Probably closer to 20.
Perfect. Can you send that to me?
Yeah, absolutely I can. I wrote it out just for you.
I think she reads it and it's like a little like twinge in her eye a little bit, and she just kind of like snaps it closed and she like throws it into her bag and just keeps walking.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Is there anything else anyone would like to do before we have a cute, fun little gay person lunch? Nice. Is there anything anyone would like to do during hot gay person lunch? Do we want to talk? Do we want to skip past it? I'm good either way.
Game
Balls in your
plan
court.
for the Gatehouse.
Yeah, make it so you all get your nice little lunch. Are you like picnicking out in the like park or outside in the gardens? You like go into Lark's room or like a nice dining. What's the energy? Are you eating in the restaurant in Acorn?
Well, we were getting it
What's the energy?
delivered. That's
So true.
Thing number one. Thing number two, I'm sure that like the three of us, like me, Elise, and Luca, have like a lunchroom type situation.
Sure. Like a break room.
Like a break room. I figured we could eat in there.
We'll say it's the room that has the what was the fantasy copier that I gave a nice fantasy name to that I no longer remember what it was. It's fine.
Oh, it was so good.
I'll find it in a minute, but I'll go back and look at my episode 1 notes. But yeah, we'll say you guys can settle in.
Great.
Right in there. Tell me about the game plan.
All right, everybody. So, we will be going to the Gatehouse, but Camille and I will be going separate.
Why?
Resources. We know people.
Yes, the people that we know.
Well, that's great. You can introduce us to them.
It's a little time sensitive, right? We're dealing with, so I feel like you guys want to. Oh God, I just feel weird lying.
Okay, we're gonna pretend to be like people in the Inquisition to like, get information.
I feel like if we're going to be working together on this, we should put our cards on the table, right?
Okay. All the cards.
Right?
All the cards.
Okay, here we go. So, no getting in trouble, right, Locke? People won't get in trouble here if we
Gotta stop asking him that.
Mine
It
is
just
sanctioned by the
stresses
king,
them out.
So it's really you getting in trouble. I won't be getting in
Oh
trouble.
God.
No one's going to get in
But
trouble.
no one will get in trouble. No trouble.
Okay.
I would much rather you do not lie. Thank you.
Okay, sure. Okay, so yes, I have a persona that I created. Very sweet. And well, I joined the Inquisitors 4 months ago.
Why would you do that? Why would you do that? They're so mean out there and awful.
Yes, they're mean. But
Luca has a sandwich, and I need to make this very clear. It's the sandwich that James sends me a picture of, and whenever they get on Snapchat, and it looks like, just imagine the most yummy sandwich you've ever seen in your life.
Yeah.
Okay. And she's just got a mouthful of that. And just like, why would you be in the Inquisition?
Yes. They're mean, but I can rough it with them, and they specifically have access to very interesting magic that, you know, is a little bit of my hobby.
They won't tell you about it if you ask, so.
This feels personal.
It is. Sorry, that's me.
Okay.
Continue.
Just clarification on that.
Sorry, let me get this. You both have personas that you use. I mean, I know.
Mine's a real person. So,
Right.
so
You impersonate someone real.
yes,
That's identity fraud.
and it's sanctioned by the king.
So no
Of course it
trouble.
Sure. Okay. Fine. And is yours sectioned by the king?
Yep.
Camille? Oliver.
If you're sticking with that, I'm gonna have to do a deception check with disadvantage, babe.
I don't need a deception check.
Cool.
It is sanctioned by me. Listen, it's just, people can do multiple jobs, right? And I have an image as your stylist. I don't want anything to come back to me. So, yes, I made a second persona to join the Inquisitors. Is that a crime?
Do you want me to answer that truthfully?
Actually, yes. Is it a crime? I don't think it doesn't sound like it doesn't sound like criminal behavior.
Well, it's you know what? Not my circus, not my monkeys. Fine. That
was a good use of that phrase, Lark. That was good.
Thank you.
So,
yeah. Okay, fine. Fine. That's fine.
Yes.
It's not a problem. It's no one's getting in trouble. I will just put that in a box for somewhere later. Why can't you accompany us then as these personas?
Well, we can. I can help get you in, but then my goal is to investigate in closed door situation. I would like to talk to Kavara Truthseeker and get as much information as I can about the everything, and also hopefully get more information about Isabella. And I'm not entirely positive that information would be freely given, not with the complete present company that is sitting at this lunch table.
Oh. Also, she pulls out... I don't think she pulls it out. I think she, in her bag, kind of, looks through her multiple phones and finds the message that was sent to all the Inquisitors. And, reads that off to everyone, saying how, it's all shut down, kind of getting everybody up to date on what's happening. So, yeah, it seems as though some areas might be restricted to even Inquisitors. So I just thought coming in as an Inquisitor might just be more access to things that everyday people probably won't have access to.
Looks at Oliver. So whatever was stolen was from the Inquisitors?
That's our guess because of this
Yes.
text. Yeah, that's what we think.
What might they have?
It said it in the message, right? Or no, it didn't.
It didn't. But I will say, Lark, you would know very easily that the Arcane Inquisitors study a number of and hold on to a number of magical artifacts. Sometimes it's everything from when something enchanted in the treasury in the royal treasury needs sprucing up and the enchantment re-upped to there's all kinds of shit. So I think you would know too that there are plenty of things in there. Typically the only things that the Inquisitors have access to are things that cannot be touched or handled by a different enchanter. And so there's a chance it was something very powerful.
Yeah, I think Lark is kind of racking their brain and going, so this is something very... the king was so...
Yes, and hopefully we'll be able to figure out what it is.
And we do not know at all what this is, and I'm going to give a quick glance at Luca.
What's gone missing?
Yes.
No.
Alright, I just thought it would be easier if we had...
I feel like you gotta make a deception.
I was about to say.
Can I have advantage?
I feel like you gotta.
Because I'm being so cool and so slick and so sly about it.
Here's the thing. I would give you advantage. I'm gonna say no.
Okay.
Because Lark knows that Ambrose told you something secretly.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna insight check on it because I believe Oliver.
Sure. Sure.
Okay, that's fine. It's a 30.
Dang it.
Anyone beat a 30?
No. I'm not even gonna roll for that. I'm not beating that.
I have a plus 13.
Sure. Yeah? Oliver's
21, so...
Same, I got a 21 too.
Sorry, I feel bad. It hurts my heart.
No.
Specifically Jess. Jess not rolling hurts my heart, but that's fine. It's fine.
Oh.
Okay, fine.
But we'll figure it out, and we'll let you know what we do.
Great. Fine.
But yeah, sure, I can accompany you in as Inquisitor Origin. That's fine.
Great. Anything else we want to do with lunch?
I'm gonna organize my like the notes I took while questioning, because that's gonna be my thing. Like,
Sure.
oh, I'm just turning these into the inquisitors. Like, here's the answers
Sure.
that the prisoner gave. Blah blah blah. So
Sure,
just
sure.
make it look formal.
Yeah, absolutely. You get like a nice like that is like letterhead on it. That's very like official Oaks archivist kind. It's very nice. It's got like the what's it called, embossment, when it's like a little raised stamp on it. Yeah, it looks so good. You slay it. That's a technical Dungeons and Dragons term. You understand?
I think
yeah.
I think while they're eating, I think Camille kind of looks a little bit more stressed, and then finally like just kind of slams her sandwich down on the table and goes, "Fine, you've put pressure on me, I'll tell you." So she like looks up.
It was fully quiet. Everybody was like sitting, eating their food. Nobody was talking.
Not a word.
I would do anything for her.
So much.
She looks up at Camille and she's like, "I hope
Camille?
Camille? Oh,
You are
fuck.
Camille.
Lark. I am Camille." She looks up at Lark and she goes, "I hope that maybe you could give me some kind of immunity or something for this. But if not, I understand."
Immunity? A pardon?
Yes, a pardon. That, yes. I
want to be so clear. I cannot actually grant that before you tell me whatever you're about to say. What are you about to say?
Then I don't know if I can tell you, Lark. I have to be able to know that I'm going to be safe.
Why don't you whisper it to me or Oliver or Elise, and then we can come to a decision.
Is this what we talked about
be
last
pardoned?
night?
Yes, it's what we talked about last
Can
night.
I rack my brain? Can I, knowing what I know about Lark and the 13 years of my life that I've spent with him, how angry do I think he will be upon receiving this information?
Give me a quick refresher, because I'm angry.
This is
I don't
about-
think Lark's ever been angry in their life, but yeah, go on. Aside from, Ambrose, but
This is about the
stuff that
Guy
was
McGee.
stolen. Yeah.
Yeah, and like her persona being used for it. And so she's worried that it's going
Okay.
to fall back on her. So she's hoping maybe, if she opens up about it, it can save her
gets
from
ahead
it
of
not
it,
falling on her. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I think you don't know Lark is a very angry or harsh person, but you don't necessarily know, because this is...
I think it's fine. You should go.
Okay, I'm trusting you. She holds like your hand,
know,
and
you-
I will hold her hand.
okay. So about a year and a half ago, I joined the Arcane Inquisitors then, and I got kicked out about 7 months ago-ish because I did a little digging and I found out quite a bit about Isabella.
Oh.
Nobody knows that it was that I found out, but I was in areas that I should not have been, and I had to retire that persona because of that. And turns out, during our reception day, somebody took my persona that I retired, Guy McGee's the name, and used it. And I think that they might have used it to steal whatever they did from the Inquisitors. So.
Right.
She kind of like looks at the three of them to see like how they're all receiving it.
Elise is looking kind of impressed, but trying really hard to hide it.
Like a little smile, kind of like nods at Elise, but like keeps going. Okay.
Luca's just like, what the fuck?
You joined the Inquisitors, were fired because you overstepped, and rejoined them as someone else.
Yep, you are fully caught up. Yep. Yes.
mean, it's quite impressive.
Thank you.
I like pat her on the shoulder.
Okay.
Mhm.
This is good information. We know how they accessed the arcane inquisitors. However,
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, you haven't told them the other part.
About
the fact that tonight.
well,
yes, I was heading to that. I didn't want to cut you off. So the person who stole my persona, well, they want to meet tonight at midnight. To return the persona, and I'm worried it's going to be a trap. So, if you all wanted to join, the more the merrier.
To get
nice.
trapped with you?
no one's getting trapped.
Essentially, yes. I guess that is what I want, huh? I don't want to be alone if I do get trapped. So, we're all investigating together. So,
We should all get trapped together.
The potential
Right.
thief of whatever was stolen would like to meet you tonight.
yes.
What time and where?
Tonight, when the moon is highest in the sky, I believe is what they said, and
Okay.
so
And let me get this straight. Whoever stole your persona, they knew that you are this person?
yes, which is
How
so odd.
do you know that how do you know they took your persona to do this?
Oh, she whips out the ribbon, puts it on the table, and just like, this is my mother's memory. If you want to just swipe your finger across and pass it along, everybody could see that terrible impression of me. So,
As everybody's doing that, Oliver, I'm so proud of you. You're doing a great job.
thank you. No, it's very
Yes, no,
difficult to be so
I know that this was
forthright like
difficult,
this.
and
Just
that it was
thought.
a secret that you were trying to keep for a very long time.
I just thank you. I feel very accepted now.
Well, this is very serious.
Exactly.
I may have a workaround. I may have an
Really?
idea to help. Well,
Which
if one
is?
person figured it out that you are this person, is it not impossible that someone else, say a assistant for the king or the crown lord or an archivist figured out also that you are this person and sees this person and says, Camille, what are you doing? And confronts them as if they are you? And then you can show up and it'll be it is you, no, it is you, and then we can unmask them or something. I don't know.
That is entirely perverting the course of the investigation. We cannot. If we're going to meet who this is tonight, we need to bring guards and we need to bring officials.
No, we can't do that.
No, we can't do that.
Absolutely
We cannot
not
do that.
That
No.
is putting all of our cards on the table. They have to think that it's just Camille meeting them. The rest of us have to hide. They can't know that we're there. This is a dangerous individual who managed to steal.
I'm aware, which is why we should.
Who managed to steal from one of the most heavily guarded places in the entire estate.
I'm aware, and maybe in possession of this very potentially dangerous magical artifact. So, should we not involve the necessary people?
Who are the necessary people?
We are the necessary people.
It's us.
I don't want to be killed by the person who stole the thing.
You won't. And even if you won't, we'll bring you back.
That is
what?
I'm just saying.
No.
I'm just saying. You're not going
You
to,
can-
but on the off chance that you were, we would bring you back.
That is
I
not-
want to throw up.
Okay.
Is that not coming
if we
here?
No.
Okay.
If we did involve these people in finding this, it would be much harder for ourselves to get any information about what is going on. And if we are the ones who are trying to help your enemy in prison, then perhaps we keep it between ourselves so that no one else gets involved and potentially could get hurt for something that is just a part of this group. And by then, I mean, who knows? Maybe you will be able to have that person at your side as an extra line of defense, should that be required.
I don't want that backstabber by our sides. I'm sorry, I don't. We're talking about the person.
Tavia?
Oh, Tavia. Sorry.
Likes them.
I'm so
Who's
I'm
the
so sorry.
backstabber?
I thought you were talking about the person who stole my coat. Sorry about that.
No. I'm saying we could also bring Tavia, who is presumably a good fighter. So they only achieved their captain seat because their captain ran away. So I do not know if that is quite a legitimate form of, ascending in skill. But we could bring them as 8.
We could.
Listen, as I feel a certain amount of responsibility over all of you, and if anyone is harmed under my watch, and I didn't inform the correct channels of authority or do anything and kept it, really looks at Oliver and is like, when this unfolds, because at some point or another it will, how am I meant to explain myself to my father?
I think looks at you with the type of look that you can only give someone who you have built a relationship and a camaraderie with over, half of your life. A look of, you need to do this our way, and you need to trust us. Like this pleading look of please, I cannot tell you the full extent of this situation, but I need you to have faith in me.
Where is this meeting taking place?
Camille knows. I, sweet person.
It said at the Weeping Tree, which there's a very, very large, very notable weeping willow that's sort of like where the boundaries of the Monarch Estate lands and Acorn kind of meet, and it's sort of like a nice little park area.
It is happening at the Weeping Tree. So, and to be fair, you're breaking somebody out of prison without guards, and they're a pirate
with
and a criminal.
explicit permission from the king.
You have that now?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought. Okay, well then never mind. I just think if this person is a criminal and there's no guards there, and this person is a thief, at least for my situation, we don't know what. So let's just no guards would be nice. For my sake.
I thank you for telling us. There's a long pause. I will figure it out.
We will figure it out together. But first things first, we should get as much information as we can from the Arcane Inquisition about both of these situations before people go home for the workday.
We need to find out what was stolen, especially if we are meeting said person tonight.
Yes, absolutely.
True.
And we need to know what it can do.
Yes.
Okay.
How was lunch, everybody? Did we like our food? I have to give a rating on the app.
Oh yes, it was very good. Make sure that
I
you
feel
rate
nauseous right now, but I feel like it's because of the situation we found ourselves in.
Make sure you give
food.
the highest rating to the people who made the food so that they get compensated well.
Okay.
And
5 stars for the food.
Good. Okay. Well,
Great.
I'm done eating.
So, would it be safe to assume we are beginning to make our way to the Gatehouse?
Yes.
While we're in...
Thank you, Reed.
You're welcome. While we're in privacy, I think we should switch.
Yes.
Okay, great. So Oliver will kind of... Oh, yes.
I was gonna say, might I suggest switching not in the break room, as we all enter the break room, and then 2 different people leave the break room with the rest of the group, just in case?
Maybe let's go to the bathroom? I don't know. What's the best place to go and switch your identity?
The bathroom works for. I think Camille typically does a supply closet situation.
Right. Go to 2 separate supply closets. Oliver will take one mask off, put the new mask on.
Sure. Do you want to describe what the new mask looks like?
I absolutely do. Walking out of this supply closet, you see just a hot and sexy tiefling with like light lavender colored skin and like bubblegum pink hair that's like brushed back in this really, really long braid. Two maroon colored horns that kind of poke up and curl in. They have piercing red eyes, and in the center of their forehead is one eye that sits like vertically instead of horizontally, so a third eye, where the sclera is black instead of white, and the center of the eye is still that same red. This is, I don't know who knows, probably you guys know who this person is. This is Inquisitor Origin, who is a High Inquisitor in the Arcane Inquisition who specializes in divination.
I will say not the High Inquisitor, there's only one of those, but Inquisitor,
high up Inquisitor.
Yes.
In the Arcane Inquisition.
Hell yeah. And
Can you say the name one more time?
Yes, Origin is their name, and she uses any all pronouns.
And Camille, who do you work at as?
Yeah, my character, my persona, their name is Ivy. They have like very long brown, coily hair that kind of like gets to the middle of their back. That's pushed back by like a little like hairband. Very soft round features, wide eyes, like a little like scar on her cheek that like it's like kind of, it's very faint. It looks like something that's like from like a broken like beaker. Like how would you get that scar? You know, little scar. Probably like what, like 5'6" or so, a smaller frame, and very like wallflower seep to the back. Like, don't look at me under, but the opposite energy of what Camille is as a person. Walks out of that supply closet.
All right, gang. Well, if you'll follow me this way, I can take y'all to the Gatehouse and we can see what sort of information we can find for you, okay?
Yeah. Great. Cool.
Just kind of like gives Luca a look. You okay?
Ollie, is that you?
Gives you like a grin, whistles, and you see Jeffrey kind of comes and nestles on the horns for a little bit, just as like a little bit of.
She relaxes.
Yeah. And
he kind of, you know how like cats and dogs when they're trying to like lay down will kind of do that thing where they circle. Jeffrey kind of does that, but he hops in circles for a second, and then he like shimmies down, and his like neck disappears into himself, and he just
right as he gets comfortable, Oliver's like, "You have to go. I'm sorry, you cannot be here. It will absolutely
he like squawks
give
at
me
you.
away."
He like squawks at you, and he jumps.
Luca, will you?
Jeffrey
Walcott moves.
Puts my head down.
Make an animal handling check with advantage.
I think I actually have really good animal. Oh, I don't. All right. Well.
You have advantage.
It's Jeffrey.
That's an 18. Oh, it's a 19 because I have a +1.
Right, I think that's enough. Jeffrey's a smart boy. Yeah, you see, Jeffrey after a minute will kind of like give a very like indignant little chirp, and then will like more hop than fly, but the wings flutter a little bit into your hand, and just like, I said look up at you. You can't see his eyes because he's got a bowl cut. But it's in your hands. And actually what he'll do is he'll sort of like look at you, and he'll like poke his little head under the too wide like collar cuff of this big coat that you're wearing, and then we'll poke his head out, and then we'll sort of hop down and down into Tavia's pocket and just nuzzle down in there.
Okay, I have a bird in my pocket.
You do have a bird in your pocket. Anything else anyone would like to do before we
just a bird.
Yeah, is that a bird in your pocket? Or are you excited to see if that's a bird?
The episode
it is a
title?
bird.
That might be the episode title.
What? Do you have a bird in your pocket? Or are you excited to see me? It might be a little long. Bird in the hand, bird in the pocket. Yeah.
On the way, as we're walking, can I like kind of hang back and like pull Luca aside?
Absolutely, you can do that.
Cool. I think Lark will kind of, as subtly as possible, try to hang back with you and just under their breath kind of go, how are you How are you doing?
Oh, I'm cool as a cucumber. Not
Right.
really. I
always
don't
found that
understand.
expression strange because cucumbers, when I think of cold food, I think of like ice cream or something frozen, and cucumbers feel like a strange, like why necessary? Unless
Lark.
it's not a temperature thing. And sorry, I was checking in on you.
The cucumber thing, yeah, doesn't make sense. You're
Right.
But that's not the point. I'm calm, but I don't understand why Tavia is locked up when I feel like that they could help us more. Help me more. Maybe that's more selfish on my end, but
No, of course. Well, that's why we are getting them out.
that's true. But I don't know, like all the way in the bottom of a dungeon. Did Ambrose put them in there?
I assume so. In His Majesty's words, we cannot allow people to think that. Although this isn't quite what happened, but breaking into and threatening a member of the royal family cannot be allowed to slide. And so, yes, a highly secured dungeon is probably the least of the captain's worries. But I guess we'll do what we can to avoid too much retribution.
Are they gonna like sentence them?
No. I mean, I don't. It's been left to me, which is probably the best option, but not one I'm super thrilled about.
Yeah, I'm not jealous of your situation, but yeah, I'm fine. I think when we find out more and we go see the inquisitors, it'll be good. My sister keeps hanging up on me or pretending like the phone doesn't work when I call her. So
Why is that?
I'm assuming it's all of her unprocessed trauma, but I don't know for sure. They don't like to talk about what I told you about. You haven't told anyone about that, by the way, right?
No.
Okay.
No,
I don't know.
I understand somewhat as someone with a sister who has also dealt with a lot.
Oh, yeah.
And sometimes it's best to allow them to talk when they are ready, but I do understand that is frustrating from the viewpoint of someone who not only would like answers, but would like to help.
Yeah, I'm doing it for her, basically, you know. But it's fine. Are you okay? You seemed really relaxed with the guy who broke into your room, so...
Well, as you said, they didn't seem that dangerous, just kind of...
Do you agree?
Verbose.
Very flirty.
Yes. I didn't expect anything less from our friends, but...
And Tavia.
Yes, well... A lot of pirates are kind of like that.
I've never met a pirate before, so I wouldn't know, but... You know many pirates?
Well, I say, but they're not really pirates anymore, but...
Okay. Sure. Yeah. Cool guy, Lark. Friends with pirates.
Oh, I wouldn't say friends. Well, no, I can... Just, in-laws.
In-laws? You have pirate in-laws? Okay.
No,
sorry.
not my... No, they're, Rose's family has that kind of background. Do you know much about my sister and...
How do I? No, I don't think so. Didn't like they leave or something, or like something like that? Were they dreaming?
Oh, no. Well, she does, yes, now. But that's because they don't live in
She's
Tavia
okay.
anymore. Oh. Yes.
Right. Family stuff. Got it. But yeah. I'm okay.
With your passive perception, and I would have given this to you, Luca, but I looked up your passive perception and it's an 11. So Lark, with your 25 passive perception, there's a buzzing coming from Tavia's coat pocket.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Are you... You're making a sound. Is that your wings make that sound? You kind of looks at your unmoving wing. No. There's something... Oh.
What?
There's something in your pocket that's buzzing, but we probably shouldn't.
She's gonna stick both hands in both pockets.
Sure, in the same pocket that Jeffrey is. And you can feel Jeffrey's little body is like shaking as a result. You feel the familiar shape of a hollow transmitter that's buzzing.
I think when she feels it, she goes,
What? Are you okay? Oh, don't. That's bad.
The screen is lit up with a name that says Pinky. Not like finger, like IE.
Lark.
No, Luca.
She's gonna answer it.
Sure. Yeah, you answer it. Do you say anything or do you just answer it?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I do say something. I'm gonna say.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Hello.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
Who is this?
This is
I do impressions.
Yeah, we do the same as well. I do too.
That's all my whole thing.
This is
Hello?
Tavia Tides.
It's not. Are they there? I'm sure it's a really funny joke that you guys are laughing at, though. Is he there though?
Yeah. They're over here. Hold on. She's gonna switch the phone to her other hand.
Huh.
Hello.
Yeah, no, it's a really funny joke. Don't get me wrong, but like, are they there though?
I didn't sound anything like them at all.
No, I'm really sorry about that. I don't mean to like crush your spirits. Listen, this is like
It's
Pirate
fine.
King stuff. Sorry, I don't mean to be rude. You seem like a nice.
Well, I'm kind of like their
person,
new assistant. So if you
Yeah,
wanna, I can just pass the message along.
Listen, I really don't mean to be rude. The thing is, no, you're not.
Who is it?
I don't know, something about Pirate King stuff.
Well, that's important.
Are you talking to them? I can hear you talking to someone.
I'm talking to them because they're trying to mentor me to become a pirate. So
take my advice, get out of that while you can.
Right. Well, I'll give the phone to, I'll just give the, she's gonna hand the phone.
Thank you.
Pushes all over forward, yes.
In a perfect Tavia Tides impression. Impeccable.
Here's my question. Are you like attempting to use Tavia Tides as a mask of yours?
No,
are you just trying to
I have
like
the actor feed. So
you do have the actor feed,
I can mimic the
don't you?
speech of another person or the sounds made by other creatures you have heard for at least as long as I've heard them for at least a minute.
And you have indeed, because my god, he loves to talk, huh? Yeah, so you answer it, what do you say?
Hey, sorry about that.
Hey, it's fine. Listen, I'm trying to find, no offense, your office is a fucking disaster. And I'm trying to find, like, one of the crews is, like, asking for more money to go buy a thing, and I know there's a form about it, but, like, where's the form? Because I was looking through your office, and then I found a bunch of, like, weird shit, and I don't really want to keep, like, digging through your drawers and stuff, so can you just, like, tell me where the form is so I can do your job? Thank you.
Put on speaker.
Put them on speaker.
Sure.
You know, like when, like I know where things are, but if I could find it if I was there, but I'm having a hard time.
Oh my god, Tavia, are you really gonna make me dig through your entire fucking office?
Could you maybe send me like a picture And maybe I
of your own office.
Of
your own office.
Pinky,
you want a picture of your own office?
Yes, that's what I'm fucking asking you for.
How many times have I said don't fucking call me that?
I'm gonna keep calling you it until you send me the picture of my office.
Oh my god!
Pinky,
You know,
Pinky,
I should have.
Pinky.
I should have talked to Race and just gotten closer to the asp. I should have picked a different Pirate King, and because like this. And you hear like the holo transmitter like moving as this happens.
Get to hang out with me, and wouldn't that be so sad?
I know, that's the point. And then a second later, you get a picture of a very nice office. Everything is like, it's nicer than you would think someone like Tavia Tides would occupy, but there's like stacks of paper everywhere, and you can see there's like empty like liquor bottles on the ground. There's like a big map of the galaxy in the back, and you can see there's like half of a finger in the picture too.
Did we get the portrait of Isabella?
No, that was in his ship.
Oh, this is his like office.
This is his office
on Vortis.
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
Yeah.
Anyone?
Everyone make me a perception check, I guess?
Yeah.
Or an insight check to try to figure out where Tavia Tides would stash something.
It's like we're
Can I argue that
since... Heads up.
Can I argue that since like filling out paperwork is like my main job, I get advantage?
I'll tell you what, I'll give you like a... Slay. At least I'll give you like a +4. I feel like full advantage would require you to know Tavia better, but that's fair. You got a 27.
I feel like I know them really well, though.
Yeah? You feel like you just like met him and it's like you've known him your whole life or something? Yeah.
We're doing perception?
I'm not.
Perception or insight?
I'm not rolling, by the way.
Okay. I got a 9.
Too busy pretending to be him.
I got a 19.
19? And what was that, Elise?
28.
28. Slay. Wow, you guys fucking nailed that. Okay. So I think you see, Luca, my angel, my light, I think you are so distracted looking at all the like trinkets in here. And like there's a rack of like really pretty swords in the corner. And like there's a really big map. And there's just all kinds of like fun shit going on here. And I think you're really caught up in looking at that. Remind me what you got, Camille. 19?
19.
My brain is giant. With a 19, I think
it just has amplified your brain power.
It's so true. There's so much more room for brain in here now because there's less hair weighing it down. That's how it works. I should shave my head and I'll be Einstein. I'm not gonna do that. I don't think. So with a 19, I think you can see there's like very clearly like a stack of paper on the desk, and I think you can see there's some loose papers around, and you can see there's a couple papers sticking out of like a book. Maybe you're like, okay, maybe he like used it as a bookmark. Maybe that's in there. For my 27 or my 28. I think, both of you, this seems fitting. Both of you spent a pretty fair amount of time talking to Tavia Tides and trying to get in the fucking hellish brain that he has. And I think like you don't see a bunch of forums, right? But I think that you like think to yourself, where's the most likely place that a fucking damn idiot would leave some really important paperwork? And I think you like kind of lean in to look, and then just sort of like very clearly visible, like on the top shelf of like, or not the top, but like the second down top shelf of like a bookshelf, you see there's like a bookmark that very clearly was not big enough to like truly hold the books back. And so there's like just a thick stack of random papers kind of crammed in. You get the sense that maybe it could be that. Potentially.
Tap the screen there.
We both like touch the screen at the same time, and I think there's this moment of like Locke looks at Elise and has this shared moment of like, yeah.
I'm gonna say, okay, give me a second. I'm looking. I'm gonna mute the phone.
Yeah, take your time. I'm not like doing anything important or anything.
What voice do I have to do this in? Are there any questions that we're supposed to that you wanted me to ask while we have?
We shouldn't be doing this in the first place. This is so.
Can you ask if they know anything about Isabella Kinran?
No, did you like mute yourself?
Yeah, I said that.
Okay, yeah. I didn't catch you saying that, so I was like, "Oh, worm."
Have some look for the dream journal.
No.
See if it's there.
No.
Just
I will say, because with your 28, I will say, and basically an insight, you would guess that's probably a ship thing. Because that's pretty far away.
Looks at Lark and
Oliver.
Like, and okay, fine.
Identity fraud is not a joke, Oliver.
Millions of families suffer every year.
Okay.
What are the forms for?
Turn. Okay. Turn like 90 degrees to your left.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Now put your left arm out.
Tavia.
Shake it all about.
Tavia.
Okay. You see on the bookshelf the like second.
I do see the bookshelf.
The second shelf from the top. There's like a big stack of papers.
Oh my god! You hear like footsteps walking, and then the like distinct sound of like crinkling paper. You know, some of these are. This is an expense report. This is an expense report, and it's like ripped in half because you shoved it. Why? You're a pirate king. Buy a better fucking. What are those called? Bookend. Is that what it's called? I don't fucking know. I don't
will not be doing that. But
I've been telling him.
Take your feedback into consideration.
Okay.
Okay.
Great. Are you finding what you were looking for? Are you finding what you were looking for?
Yeah, you could say that.
That means nothing to me. What does that mean?
Absolutely nothing.
Okay. Well, listen, I don't mean to put any pressure on you because, like, I'm just here to help and I'm just like the interim or whatever. But when you decide if you want to like come back and be a pirate king or not, could you let me know? Because I gotta say, I'm really getting used to the way Silver Scoundrel Pirate Kings of Nova Xander sounds, and I just don't want to get attached to it if you're gonna rip it away from me.
Yeah, you'll be the first to know.
Interim just doesn't have the same ring, you know what I mean?
I don't know. Your name's already a mouthful, so might as well add a little bit more to it.
Okay, Captain Pirate King Tavia, the Reaper Tides of the Shadow Siren.
This is so pretty. Say it again.
No.
Okay. Bye.
Pay me more, and I will. All right. Oh, by the way, my wife says hi. Okay.
Hi
bye
to your wife.
And they
hangs up.
I take the phone from Oliver and I put it in my pocket. That can't happen again. That's so inappropriate.
That was in my pocket.
Right.
That was this. No.
Sorry.
No.
Can we at least check the messages?
No. This is not. Because this is someone's private property.
Somebody.
Why do you care?
They're a criminal.
Room, Lark.
Broke into your private property.
I don't know if they
so
have
maybe
any respect for your private property.
Well, forgive me for trying to be the bigger person here, Oliver, but I'm involving myself in enough crime today. I would rather not do any more.
Okay. Look, if you would like, I can lock it in my office and confiscated materials.
I would rather keep it on my person so we can just return it to them later. Okay.
Can I mage hand grab the phone?
You're gonna try and mage hand the future Archfey?
How are you doing this subtly?
To a passive of 25?
You're standing in a circle.
Right, I don't think it's subtle. Where'd my d20 go?
Okay. Sure. I mean, if you're not trying to be subtle, you can just summon a mage hand, and the mage hand can kind of start grasping around.
I think Oliver puts their hands up like, it's not me. I swear this
Luca
is
puts
not
her
me.
hands.
The mage hand
put your hand.
I put my hands down.
Good God.
If you guys are walking, this is about the time that you see the gate.
I cast Dispel Magic. I just dispel it. Like.
Sure, and that is surely a cantrip, so it is just gone. Sorry.
Okay.
Oh. But very, very close by, you start to see the Gatehouse. The Gatehouse is sort of built into what once used to be the actual functional.
Wait, give me just a second. Jess, if we hadn't done that, then we wouldn't have gotten the Cools of Nova Xander reveal. So I stand by that decision.
I stand by it 1,000%. Thank God someone that isn't me has the... I am going to be the one voice of reason. Me, Jess, the human guy, is going to be cheering you chaotic fuckers on the entire time.
Good. I'm glad we have that. Okay. James, take it away with the description.
I would love to. Thank you so much. So you see, the Gatehouse used to be like an actual small building that was a functioning like outpost for the gate of the estate. But as you know, Everglen has grown and the Oaken Court has grown, the Gatehouse has also grown. And so what once used to be like a very humble little building made of stone has become its own like castle turret. Like almost not quite a wizard tower because it's not super, super large like that, but it's decently large, made of this like stone, like that slate stone that almost has like a blue tone to it. It's like that and gray stone built up higher than any other turret or wall in this entire area. And I mean, all of you who come out here regularly would know, normally this entire area and like every window you can see up in the tower and every beat of light is just bustling with activity as people walk by and try new magic and different magic lights up. And today it is quiet. And as you get closer, you can see the door in which everybody enters the gatehouse, which is not usually guarded and honestly is usually sort of like propped open because they're lazy and they got their hands full and all this stuff, has two people standing, one on either side of it. One person that you recognize, one person that except for a few of you probably recognize. Zahavi is standing on guard in his Royal Guard finest on one side, looking bright pink, very a little awkward, but is trying to be so brave, and is standing on one side. And on the other side is a very tall, very standing very casually. You get the sense maybe this is the source of Zahavi's discomfort. Dragonborn individual whose scales almost resemble like an oil spill in water, like the way that it's sort of like shifting like multi-chrome kind of way. And they have like spines and dark horns with almost like, you can't slick them back, right? But they almost look like slicked back in a sense. Their eyes are this like crackling arcane blue. And they are wearing their uniform coat kind of just like loosely draped over their shoulders with a gold pin of a lantern emblazoned with that same sort of like archaic Sylvan that the other symbols are emblazed in. And then underneath, they're wearing sort of like draped fabric, like the exact middle slider of like a toga and wizard robes in varying shades of blue and silver. And you can see this individual who definitely Camille... Oliver, I think it depends on how much time you spend with the Inquisitors. And Lark, I'd say it's about 50-50. Regardless, Camille, you for sure would know this person to be Arcane Knight Nim Candor. Uses they, them pronouns. And sort of has one elbow up on the wall and like a smirk a little bit and is kind of talking to Zahavi in very low tones. And Zahavi is not really making eye contact, but is sort of like every now and then will like turn and answer and then look back.
I'm gonna message Camille. Who is
sure?
That is Nim Candor.
Great. Title?
Oh, sorry, my brain is like a drain right now. What is their title?
No, it's okay. So they are a knight.
A knight.
They are specifically like in the ranks of arcane inquisitors. They are a knight, which is just under inquisitor. And you would know the lantern would also signify that. Each of the pins are a little bit different based on the level you are at in the Inquisitors.
Title?
Yeah. Knight. They are a knight.
Okay. Pronouns?
Mm-hmm. They, them.
So, Sare, we're thinking?
I'm sorry?
Like Sare Nim? Not like sir, not lady. Like Sare Nim.
That's fine.
I'm not sure.
Great.
I'm sorry, I can't hear. I literally can't hear you, friend.
That's
Hold
okay.
on 1 second.
We'll just confidently walk up in their direction.
Sure. Yeah, you kind of like catch the end of the conversation in which Nim is saying, "Look, I don't mean to put any pressure on you, but I know a really good place down in Acorn." And Zahavi's like, well, I mean, and then looks and sees Zahavi goes, hi, sorry, excuse me, the Gatehouse. Oh, kind of like looks down at your pin, very clearly flustered, looks back up and kind of like does a little bit of a double take on you, Camille, because your pin is a little bit of like a lower rank, but still will kind of like turn back and go, oh, it's a little locked down. There was an incident, you know, probably that there was a, looks, Nim, and Nim will kind of like push off the wall a little bit and go, hello, oh, hi, I didn't know you were to you. I almost call you Lark, Oliver. Not Oliver, but you know.
Yes.
I didn't know you were back already.
Yeah.
Not that it's my business, but you know.
Well, kind of looks over to Lark. The Crown Prince and I have some business to attend to inside. If you could let us through, please.
Right. Yeah. No, I could. I can imagine. Kivara and is in there. I think they are like working on something. They're kind of locked away in their office. And then Georgie Lefay is running most of the operation in there. It's kind of it looks like shit in there. So watch your step. Lots of broken glass. They are working on it.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Also, I trust you, but there are weird magic things happening. So, and you see, Nim kind of like moves their hand in, and you can see that this whole time they've been holding this little, like, it almost looks like a square stone, with like a recess, and the recess in it, you can't really make out what shape it is, but it's sort of like glowing with arcane light and holds it out to you. You just want to put your badge in there. It's just sort of making sure that it is like active and making sure that it like belongs to you. It's just on Kivara's orders. I'm not like questioning. So weird things are happening. So
if this persona or if this mask was sanctioned by Ambrose, he would have gotten me a badge that works, right?
I would say that. Yeah, okay. I would say that's true.
So then I'll very confidently take my badge off and put it in the box.
Yeah, you like rest it in, and you see that the reason you couldn't make out the shape of the recess is because it is fluid, basically. And so it goes and it like very carefully seals around the edge of it, and you see the stone underneath, which was like sort of slate gray and opaque, becomes translucent and clear and shines blue. And then your badge kind of like pops out a little bit and it fades back to gray. Right, okay, you are clear to go. Again, watch your step. And then, sorry, we haven't like officially met. You are a squire, Ivy, right? That is your... Yes?
Oh, hi, yes. I am a squire.
Hi. If you just want to take your little badge and put it face down in there, again, not personal. Everyone every inquisitor coming and going kind of has to do it, so.
Oh, sure. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I think she like does like a bit of a show of just like not really knowing how to like take it off very well.
Yeah.
Sorry. It's a little Nim. Hi, Nim. By the way, how are you?
Hi. Crazy day, but I get to be here with this very handsome knight, so it's Javi. Thank you. That's great. You can go inside if you want. And you place yours. Your pin, Ivy. I feel weird calling you Camille, but where do you say Camille? Your pin is a very thin matchstick with a little flame, and the shape that was, because you are an inquisitor, so like what was a North Star kind of shifts and changes to fit the matchstick, and the same thing, it glows blue and pops out. Right, there you go. Truly, I can't overstate to watch your step. It's fucking crazy in there. Also, Ivy, if you ever like need anything, I know it's kind of overwhelming when you're new, and I do a lot of like abjuration spell work kind of stuff. So I don't know if that's something you're interested in, but if you are, let me know, because I love teaching people new things. So
okay, this is me, Sweet the person.
Yeah,
things are a little choppy coming in, but I think they offered her something, so she's gonna say, yeah, absolutely.
Could we take a quick tech break, really quickly?
Yeah.
Yes.
I would love to pop in and come back if I can.
Be right back.
Yeah.
Welcome back. You can mark technical difficulties off your Starlight Tales bingo card. We're gonna pick up right where we left off. So Nim says, yeah, if you ever need wants to help or you're interested in abjuration or anything, I love to teach. So no pressure.
You would help me. No, I'm just so flattered you would help me.
Yeah, of course.
I would love that.
Okay, great. Yeah, as soon as shit is less fucked. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So not anytime
Not like
soon.
today.
No.
I mean, maybe tomorrow.
I
mean, we're pretty good at things.
right now, Abby. That's why you're with me.
Oh no, I wasn't gonna leave right now. I just get so
You're
excited
worrying
about
me,
new
come
magic. Oh, well, excited. Thank you so much. I'll take you up on that.
Absolutely. Head on in. It's a little tense in there, so best of luck. Oh, and your friend, hello, Your Highness, good to see you. And our companions and friends, motioning to Luca and Elise, also coming in.
Yeah, if they're allowed, yes.
My sister's Georgie, and I want to see her.
Oh my goodness! So are you Luca or are you Margot?
I'm Luca.
Oh, Luca, your sister talks about you all the time. It's very cute. It's so nice to meet you. She's very proud of you,
Really?
Oh my god, yeah, they talk about it all the fucking time. It's like, oh my, we get it, But I am happy to meet you, and you seem like a very nice, and you run in good company. So
I do. Yeah.
And she's very high strung at the moment, a real stick up the heart. So maybe just be careful.
They're like that all the time, but
but it's bad at the moment.
Bad?
So maybe, well, I mean, you'll see when you get in there. It's kind of,
okay.
Just it's not. I'm not going to speak on her behalf. She outranks me. So, but yeah, you can, Your Highness, I'm assuming you, and of course, you Inquisitor, you will keep an eye on the, not that I don't trust you, you seem very nice, but on the non-Inquisitor.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, this is Head Archivist Elise. I don't know if you've ever had the
good
pleasure
to
of
put a
meeting
face
her.
to the name. I haven't. Hello. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, here for archival purposes, you know how it is.
Sure. Yeah, this is a day for archiving events. Please, sorry, I don't mean to come in. Zahavi and I were having a very nice conversation about the date we're going on later tonight. So please come on in. And Zahavi, you can come on in. Have fun. That's not the correct thing to say.
I feel like I have to make some sort of save about that.
Yeah. Tell me about it.
I'm gonna make a charisma saving throw, and it's gonna probably be good. But I do I just took a step back from that.
Yeah.
It's fine. I got an 18 and I have +9, so lots. But I think Oliver, if Oliver steals himself before entering into the room.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm assuming everyone is following behind and stepping into the Gatehouse. Mm-hmm. Amazing. So you can step in. I don't know how many of you have seen the inside of this environment before, but it is this room. And yes, I am going to do this, and none of us are going to make a joke about it. It feels bigger on the inside somehow because they're wizards. But so you kind of step into this large room, this sort of circular room, and inside, as it always is very finely furnished, a lot of furniture of really dark wood and deep blues and kind of gold and silver accents, very plush rugs that are worn but still cozy, and couches and desks and towering bookshelves. This is sort of the central area in which most of the Inquisitors just kind of hang out, talk to each other, research, whatever. And normally this is a beautiful area of curling high staircases and immaculate books and high magic. And right now it looks like a tornado tore through, basically. You can see, actually, no, everybody make me a fun little perception check. Let's see what you guys pick up in here, because there's a lot going on.
Slutty 20.
Slutty 20.
15.
Okay.
16.
Okay.
I love watching
21.
Mara do math.
Nice.
22.
22. Cool. We'll do my under 20s and my 20s and over. So my under 20s, I think the first thing that hits you is, oh my god, what happened in here? Because this looks bad. I think the main thing that you pick up on here is the fact that a lot of the furniture seems to almost have two, I don't think equidistant is the word I'm looking for, but two lines of charred, burning marks, and it goes from across a wall down across like the carpet and the floor, slashed through a couch, and like up and around and out a window, a stained glass window that is shattered. You can see there's an inquisitor sitting on the floor, very painstakingly mending the pieces of glass back together, and it's like 1/8 of the window is complete so far. But there are these huge char marks all fucking over the place. That's what you see. My 20 and over friends. One, and also all of you see there are like maybe like 5 to 10 inquisitors kind of bustling about. Some of them are coming in and out of rooms and all that. It's very tense in here. It's very quiet. There's like hushed conversation.
They're all at the inquisitor rank though?
No. Our inquisitors generally. Okay. It's sort of like mixed in here. I think you mostly see like more than anything, I think you see knights. You can kind of hear Georgie's voice in the distance, not like a super far distance, and there's a couple squires looking very overwhelmed and very lost. But more than anything, it is knights, and you do not see Kavar Seeker in here, in this room. But my 20 and over friends, which is a weird sentence, you also see kind of like, and it almost like blends in to the color scheme, so it's hard to catch, splattered on, like, or I guess like splattered or dripped kind of mostly along the floorboards and the carpet and a little bit on the walls, sort of from this like archway or like hallway that whatever came through here seemed to come through. You see this like splattered like inky blue liquid that almost seems to have like a little bit of a shine. And you see one of the squires here is also kneeled on the floor, not far from the one fixing the glass, sort of like leaning over a scrub brush, and then a little bit of magic leaves their hand and the brush sort of like hums to life and begins scrubbing on its own, and you see a mop kind of making a path behind as well. And that person stands and will go off and continue talking to someone. But there's this weird, like, just kind of barely shiny little, like, splatter path along. And you see all of this comes from a hallway a little bit out of sight to the right, where Georgie's voice is also coming from. And
I think Luca goes, Georgie!
How loud do you do this?
Pretty loud.
Every single person in this room jumps and turns and like spins to look at you, because it was pretty quiet in here with everyone like, you know, kind of hushed whispering. And you see like people's like hands kind of jump to like areas where like their wands are, and then they see it's you, and like a minute processes where they clearly see like the resemblance, and then people go back to their work. And after a minute you see someone kind of like looks at you and like very clearly like suppresses an eye roll and just like turns to look further into the hallway. Georgie's voice has stopped. And you hear footsteps, and then a minute later, Georgie, who looks like she hadn't slept in a week, so stressed, will walk over and go, Luca, what are you? Your Highness? Inquisitor? Hi, Ivy?
Hi, Inquisitor.
Archivist? Sorry, we're not really in the... Luca, why are... Sorry. Welcome. How can I help you? Things are a little crazy here.
Hi.
Do you need something? Hi.
Take a deep breath with me, okay?
Uh-huh.
You're not breathing. Okay.
No, I'm breathing. I'm just doing it quietly.
Okay.
Not breathe.
It
We're here.
gives you a very sharp look, Luca.
We are here, doing some investigating.
Right.
What can you tell us?
Sure. What don't you already know, Origin? Also, and very clearly in this moment,
gives a third eye wink.
kind of like looks at you and Lark, and then sort of like glances at the rest of the group, not in an unkind way, but in a like, there are a lot, and also like around the room a little. Should we step maybe
into
office? A little?
I think that's a great idea.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Well, it looks at you, Luca. I will be back.
Oh no, Luca's coming with us.
I'm coming. I'm gonna go too. I'm helping. Maybe if you answered the phone and listened to what I said
answered
on
the phone
and didn't try to hang up on me.
Okay,
2 minutes in,
I'm so sorry, all of you. This is unprofessional. Luca, can you look around for a second? I love you. I have really big things happening right now. Like things that could have killed people. So, I love you. I would do anything for you. If you're not dying, can you give me an hour, please?
I'm coming too. I'm part of the investigation. Lark, tell her. Tell her.
Was that
Looks
to
at
Lark
you,
or
Lark.
to Origin?
To Lark.
Okay.
Can I insight check Georgie? Like,
Absolutely.
Sure.
I just want to say, I think Camille kind of like slips away and like bows out and goes near the squires to like.
Yeah, absolutely, you can do that. We will hop over to you in just a moment.
You get a message in your head, Camille, as you're leaving of, if you need me to calm you back, just let me know.
I got you.
27.
27. I think what you can sort of see is a mix of like overwhelm and frustration, and there isn't like a concise word to put that, but something very much like, this is my baby sister. Why is she being dragged into this? Like, she doesn't need to be, not in a condescending way, right? But in a very like why is she here kind of way.
Do I get the sense that perhaps Oliver would be able to get better quality information out of her if Luca was not there?
Yes. I think you get the sense that she is willing to talk to you and to Oliver very, very openly. Everyone else doesn't really know what she's allowed to say. And especially with Luca there. Yeah.
I think, kind of deciphering this, I give Georgie like the most reassuring, like sympathetic smile I can, and then kind of like pan that over to Luca and say, I actually could really use your help with a different part of the investigation if we could step off to the side somewhere. I was going to do some magic about it, and I could really use your help.
Ooh. Okay, fine. I'll hear about the conversation later.
Great. If you need anything for the investigation, you can let me know. Or I think Knight, Ezra, Olive Grove was in the other room, sort of around the vault area. So if you need anything,
great, thank you.
Yeah.
And okay. For what it's worth, I'm sorry.
For what?
Just.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, no, it's I know you don't have a boring day. You join the Arcane Inquisitors. That's got to be a win.
I feel like that should be our slogan, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Quite.
Yeah.
Thank you, Georgie.
I
we'll
relate
catch up
somewhat.
With you.
Am I leaving?
Wait, what did you say, Lark?
Lark and Luca were gonna peel off and allow you and Georgie to talk.
Okay, I thought that you and me and Georgie needed to talk.
Lark knows that like Georgie will talk to you or I or both of us, but won't with Luca there. So I was kind of
I failed an insight check.
That's okay.
Georgie, if you wouldn't mind, I would still love to speak with you in my office.
Yeah, of course, absolutely. Here, do you want to go to your office? It's kind of a mess, or we can just sort of step into like hallway.
Whatever's easier.
It's totally up to you.
Whatever's easier.
Yeah, let's kind of, and we'll just sort of like begin leading you kind of back in that hallway where they came from. We're gonna hop over to Camille. Camille, you go over to where there's two little squires standing next to each other, looking very overwhelmed. You would probably know both of these both of these people. You see one who seems to almost be like not even an earth genasi, like an earth elemental, made out of just sort of like pure like rock and stone with like very structured shoulders and the little matchstick that like next to how big this individual is looks like so like the size of like a what is this, a matchstick for ants, right? Like a little teeny tiny one. Sorry. You would know this person's name is Tolith Torlin. They use they any pronouns. And they've been here maybe a week. And then you also see you see one as you're walking by, you see the Inquisitor that Georgie, you didn't hear Georgie refer to them, but you do see Ezra Olive Grove kind of around the corner off to the side, who you know is a very nice Inquisitor person, very like mama duck, genderless to all squires, very often leads a little group of them around and is helping the person who's putting the glass back together currently a little off to the side. And then the other squire that's standing there is an individual named Ara Silverfig, use fair pronouns, and is a like water genasi, looks like to be made of like pure water, but it's like instead of like blue, it's silver tone. It's like truly almost all like surf. And you see their hair sort of, or fair hair like is constantly like moving a little bit as if they're underwater. And the two of them are just kind of and Ara's been here for like probably about as long as you have, but still looks very overwhelmed. And the two of them are just kind of standing there.
Yeah, I think as they're walking up, anything that needs like a quick like little mending, she'll like try to do, and like is very.
Sure.
I forgot I had a little voice for this character. It's so goofy. Okay. But yes, she comes up and she goes, "Oh, hi guys. How's it going?"
Hey, this is Tola.
Hi.
I don't really know. There was like a. Were you here earlier? Did you see all that?
No. I see there's a lot of like blue ink around here.
Oh, it's not. That's blood.
What?
And you see Ara kind of. Yeah. So I fell asleep in the room again. The study room, the one I like that's got the coffee maker that's like works.
It's
There was all this kind of like ruckus, like real early in the morning, and I came down and there was when I tell you it was the weirdest thing I have ever seen in my life. It was like if somebody was like hi and they were trying to describe what a dragon looked like to someone who was drunk, and then the person who was drunk only from that knowledge then had to like put into creation what a dragon was supposed to look like. That was the most fucked up thing I've ever seen in my whole life.
Wait, so
And that it's blood, the like blue shit
from the dragon, from the fake
yeah,
dragon.
it wasn't like a dragon though. It was like it was a little smaller. Not like super small, still scary, but it was sort of this like green color, and instead of eyes, it had fire, and they were sort of constantly emitting big fiery lasers. That's what all the weird like scorch marks are, because every time it looked somewhere, it was just sort of catching things on fire. And it was like mumbling to itself, and then it like I wasn't close, but yeah, I was curious because it was kind of a weird looking little fucker. And then I don't know what it was mumbling, something weird and magic, and I just like couldn't like think for a second, and I just found myself turning around, walking right back upstairs before I knew what was happening. Then I came back and it was gone. But it came from the vault.
The dragon came from the vault.
Yeah, whatever the fuck that was. That's you can follow the scorch marks. And all the like inquisitors, Kavara was in there. It does not look happy. And then like some of the inquisitors are around there right now. I keep hoping that like Ezra or something will go walk and like want us to come look, because I've always wanted to look in that vault. There's all kinds of crazy shit in there. Yeah. But no, I guess it like
really, really nicely.
You think so?
Maybe.
See, I was gonna ask Georgie, and then Georgie kind of looked like maybe she was just gonna like throw up, and that felt like it was not time. But Ezra's been real busy trying to put that stained glass is from like 1700 years ago or something. So they're trying to put it back together. Yeah.
Okay.
But but those like that like real official types that you walked in, that's the Crown Prince, right?
Yes. That's large.
Do you
think how that happened?
Are they like nice? Like, do you know them? Is that like your friend?
I've never met him once. I just walked in while he was walking in. Yeah.
Oh my god. Do you think maybe like if we go up and like strike up a conversation? Because I bet they could get us in there.
Maybe.
And
yeah.
Tolith goes, okay, but you guys can go, because I don't want to go. If like that weird thing came from there, I don't really want to go in there, because what if there's more things in there? And I haven't been here that long, and I'm still trying to learn. I'm still trying to learn like a find familiar, and that's really hard for me. And I just that's like a pretty low level magic, and like Ezra says I'm doing a really good job, but I don't think I should be in there. Thank you. I've almost
can help
last
you with
time.
find familiar if you want.
Yeah. That'd be great.
And also,
because I like.
Wait, what?
I tried to summon like a cat the other day, because like I like cats. They're like cool. And then it was like a cat, but it had like crab legs. I think I changed my mind like halfway through, and it was just kind of weird. It was like a nice little guy, but he pinched me real hard. And so I just think maybe I should like sit in my room and work on that, and not like go chasing after weird fire eye dragons that bleed ink. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think Camille described this like fucked up cat, was trying to bite back a look of disgust, but like trying to keep interest.
Sure.
No.
Ara kind of like looks at Tyler and looks at you and gives you a look like, can you believe this?
I just it is difficult mastering.
And thank you.
Find familiar. I can help you with that.
That'd be great. Thank you.
I just think, you know what? Take on what you can. You sit back here if that's what you need to do.
Okay.
And the rest of us, if we have a little bit of a spunk for looking for, spicy things, which everybody has different spice levels.
Yeah, don't tell the Crown Prince that I can't summon a cat though, okay? I don't know why you would, but don't, because I really don't want to make a bad impression.
I would never.
Okay, thank you.
I would never.
I just learned mending last week, so I think I'm gonna go try and like mending the couch back together.
You do that. You do that, and we're gonna talk to. Gonna talk to Esma and see if that's gonna.
Okay. Good luck. If you see a big dragon in there, I don't have any advice. Don't die. Bye. And the Tolith will kind of just like turn on his heel and like lumber over to the couch, and you see like very focused casting on about like half an inch of ribbed couch at a time. It's gonna take him forever. But you know what? They are doing their best, and that's what matters. All you can do in this economy. And Ara will like look after, and then they'll look at you and go, I mean, he's just the sweetest little thing, and I just don't know how to help her really. I'm working on. I saw the cat crab. It was.
It sounded really fucked up.
It was
I didn't want to say that to them.
No, it was bad. It's like eyes were like on an antenna. You know, like how crabs have the weird little. It was like.
Don't describe it to me. Don't do that.
I had a nightmare about it last night. Honestly,
okay.
It was like.
You did what?
No, I didn't, because there's no dreams. Sorry, that was a James slip. I mean, really, like, I couldn't sleep last night because I was just thinking about it. Sorry, that was fully my bad.
Yeah.
No, it was a fucked up.
I can imagine.
But he's doing their best. You know, we're all. I mean, I can always cast Find Familiar because I'm like, you know, like good at my job or whatever. But yeah. Anyway, you want to go ask like real nice? So we can go in there.
I would love to do that. That is exactly what I would like.
Are we going to the Crown Lord?
Oh,
go ask.
You want to ask? Oh, you want me to ask? Lark.
I just feel like, you know, maybe we go right to the top and we play all like,
sure,
oh my god,
Crown
Lord, I think you're going to be such like a good archface, which is probably, I don't mean to make it sound like that's not true. And I just, you know, I think it'd be really nice if we can spend time with you so that when one of us is the High Inquisitor, then we can be like best friends. Maybe don't phrase it like that.
Yeah. Well,
we could.
I don't know. I don't know. Coming off with a friendship first might be a little strong. You know?
No, that's true. Should we like bow or something, like curtsy?
They're the Crown Lord.
No, that's true. I don't know how to do that. Okay, what about? Oh God, what is their name? The Inquisitor that's talking to Georgie. Maybe when they're done talking to Georgie, maybe we ask them.
Is Ezra not going to let us in?
Well, I mean, Ezra's a little busy with the stained glass, you know? We can ask. I don't know. I feel like they're going to give you that, you know, like, Aura, when you're an Inquisitor and you've earned the role, then you could go in the vault, and it's a storied, historical space. You know how that.
I think Camille goes and, like, grabs the fair hand and, like, goes over to, it starts walking over to Lark and is like, okay, we're just going to ask. We're just going to ask and see what happens.
All right. Okay. Wait, curtsy or pow? I think that's the other time when you like walk up to them. We'll hop over to Luca and Lark before we hop over to our good friend, in quotes, Oliver. What are you guys talking about? What are you doing? Right ahead. What's the vibe?
Well, I was gonna find like a separate, like a private room, like an office space or something that I can...
Oh, sure, yeah. We'll do that first. They'll catch up to you walking out of the room then.
Sure. Okay. I assume I can.
It's like a little study room.
Fine. Yeah, I take Luca in there. And I go, okay, so I know obviously we have investigating to do and archives to read and all of that, but I figure the first point of call should just be using the resources we have ourselves, and I can do a little bit of magic, funnily enough, so kind of looks at the sword that you have. We have possessions of the missing people. It's probably a good idea to rule out whether or not they can be located or scryed upon.
Right.
Right? You look confused.
No, I'm not confused. You're saying we use this to scry on...
Yes, well, if it belongs to Isabella, and I also kind of digs into their coat pocket and brings out like the note that the old lady gave to him the other day, and this belonged to the other person we're looking for, the woman's daughter. What?
Oh. I didn't think about that. I could have scried the whole time on them, and I didn't think about that. This is why you're in charge.
I'm almost certain it's probably been attempted, at least by the captain in the dungeon, but I should just read
Tavia.
it, right? Yes.
Right. Yeah, you can. I mean, what if something terrible happens? Never mind.
What would happen?
Like, what if you see something like weird or scary or?
I mean, that's
Sorry, this just kind of freaks me out, the whole thing. But yeah.
Well, that's
Yeah,
all
I think
right.
you should.
I'm going to do it, so that's fine. I just
You're a
would love
professional.
some company whilst I kind of disappear from my body.
I can keep your empty body company.
Thank you. It's not empty. It's just my Anyway, I
Right.
appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's try this first, and kind of like finds like a seat somewhere, and like very carefully kind of flattens out the note on like a table. Sure. And can I cast scrying on that note? Not on the note.
Sure.
On. So if I have a belonging of a person, I can try and
Sure.
scry on them, right?
Yeah, and sorry, just the note that you got from Lillian, so you're trying to scry on Wisteria.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. You can do that. I know it changes the DC, and you think I would know this from the number of times I've
that's
Googled
okay.
it during
I actually just looked it up.
Can you tell me about it, please?
I can. So
I don't know why I'm saying that, sorry.
Because I've only heard of the target, not met the target, the save modifier has a +5, but because I have a possession or garment, the save modifier is -4. So it's a +1 to the save, which is Wisdom 19.
Wisdom 19, okay. Okay.
I will say also, if they're not on this plane, it doesn't work.
Sure. Do me a favor. Roll me a d20.
Okay. Terrifying. Oh, God. I love my rose dice so much. The numbers are fucking impossible to read.
No, that's so fair and real. And honestly, she's also hard to understand. So I think
so
that's right.
true. And we love her for it. That's a 16.
16. With an 11, they failed the save. And I think what you see is, what does this look like actually when you cast scrying?
Oh, I think when Lark sits down, Luca, you can immediately smell like it's like you're smacked in the face with the smell of autumn. Like Lark is currently very much in fall, so immediately like you can smell
Pumpkin
kind of
spice.
like sure. It's the nature smells of autumn. It's like crispy leaves. It's like fresh rain, and Lark's kind of like pupils start to glow a little bit. There's kind of like golden color, and the note that's kind of spread out on the table takes upon this like kind of shimmering golden like haze around it, and they go very, very still.
Sure. So as you do this, and the sound of like arcane inquisitor chatter and people moving around and talking, and even like the feel of the chair beneath you and the view in front of you, all kind of fades for a moment to a pinpoint. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like there's a little bit of an expectation from Lark for that all to return in a moment. And so it is something of a surprise to you when the first thing that hits your senses is smoke. Wood smoke. Fire. And as your vision begins to clear, you see this creature that is probably 15 feet tall and lanky in all the wrong ways, and with green scales, like emerald green scales, as beams of fire dart around as this, whatever tore through the Arcane Inquisitors, is currently bearing down on a figure with this sort of like fern, like dull green skin, like deep brown, like hair like the color of soil almost, which is pulled back, wearing a Arcane Inquisitor coat that you kind of instinctively know does not belong to her. And there is a blade out to the side that you do not recognize that gleams. And she looks fucking terrified. Behind her is the weeping tree. And that, I think, is where we're gonna end today. No, I think so. No, I'm so sorry to tell you this. It's just the thing is that we are at almost exactly 4 hours.
Here's the thing is that I'm the stream producer, so I actually get to decide when we end, and I'm
I could just leave the call.
I'm staging a coup. What the fuck? Oh,
I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for joining us.
I can't believe that fucking worked.
Chapter. I've been rolling so bad today. Thank you so much for joining us for this chapter of Tales from the Archives Reverie. We'll see you right back here in 2 weeks to find out what the hell that was about. We'll see you next time, and hopefully on Sunday for Crow Lane. And until then, sweet dreams. Bye.
Good night.
Bye.